All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the part where we will be going wall to wall. We have a new tornado warning in North Carolina. This is for a storm that is coming out of Tennessee and has shown some very good evidence of rotation. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to show you who's in and who is out. So this is a warning for portions of Madison and Yancey counties until 6:15. So this is for a storm heading out of Tennessee, moving into North Carolina. So let's turn on the velocity product real quick, and there's your rotation right there. It's getting ready to cross the state line, and you can see. I'll show you exclusively the tornado warning polygons for the moment to kind of show you and give you a sense of who's in and who is out. All right, this is Interstate 26. This goes right through the state line towards Mars Hill. And you've got Highway 19, which goes through Ball Creek. And this is Highway 19 West, which splits off of Highway 19. And then there's a part of Highway 23 that's in this as well. So, you know the deal. Whenever we say there's a tornado warning, this is the part where you take your plan and implement it. But again, Mars Hill and Bald Creek is in the polygon. So, if you're watching and you are in Mars Hill or Bald Creek, we want you to be in a small room in a site-built structure. Again, no mobile homes and no cars. We want you in a site-built structure, whether it's a house or a business or someplace that will welcome you, that's site-built. Obviously, we don't want anybody driving on Interstate 26 between Rocky Fork, Tennessee, and Mars Hill, North Carolina. If you're in those highways, we want you to find the nearest gas station, rest stop, or some other site-built business that will welcome you, and kind of just hang out there until the storm passes. And of course, if you're in Bald Creek or Mars Hill, we want you in a site-built structure, small room, lowest floor near the center and away from windows. No cars and no mobile homes. And in your safe place, we want helmets on for everybody. A bicycle helmet, a batting helmet, a motorcycle helmet, football helmet. And we want you to have hard-soled shoes and portable air horns in the event you need them later. The other thing you can do is help us out. If you know anybody that is in these cities we just called out, again, we're talking Rocky Fork, Tennessee, Bald Creek, and Mars Hill in North Carolina. If you know anybody that's in any of these places we called out, we want you to call them or text them and let them know that they need to be sheltered from this storm. We've been watching the rotation from time to time. It's been fairly pronounced and very concerning over the last few volume scans. So, needless to say, this tornado warning basically is just the right thing to do. So again, we advise no traveling on Interstate 26 between Rocky Fork and Mars Hill. We don't want anybody traveling on Highway 23 in this area right here. And this is Highway 19. This splits off of Interstate 26 and moves up to Bald Creek. We don't want anybody traveling there between the split and Burnsville. And also, we've got a small little highway down here and some other smaller highways where we would advise basically no traveling there. Obviously, again, the big rule of thumb is to find a gas station or a business or place that will welcome you. Of course, there's a creek that is in this polygon as well, the Big Laurel Creek. Obviously, we want you off the creek and into a structure. Now, this polygon has been updated here in Tennessee, and now they're saying this is a confirmed tornado based off of radar. And there you go. There's your correlation coefficient drop. And this is often the sign that there is debris being lofted. And oftentimes this is the radar telling us that there is something different about the returns. This is not a hydrometeor. This is not precipitation. This is often boards, bricks, glass, nails, pieces of cars, pieces of trees, pieces of homes that have been lofted by the tornado. And that's what we're watching right there as it crosses the state line. And you can see the polygons have been updated accordingly. And this is what we are concerned about. This rotation right here, which is continued to be fairly persistent and fairly tight and very well organized. And we're watching that as it crosses out of Tennessee and into North Carolina. So this basically adds to the urgency of the situation. So again, if you're in Bald Creek or Mars Hill, you want to be in a safe place. And again, if you know anybody that is in those areas, you can be of assistance to us. You can call or text anybody that lives there and let them know they need to take this thing very seriously and be in a safe place. Now, in terms of North Carolina, this is the only tornado warning in our state. We do have several severe thunderstorm warnings to speak of. Let me check those back off, and you can see there are several severe thunderstorm warnings in North Carolina. We've got one in parts of McDowell, Mitchell, Caldwell, Avery, Yancey, and Burke counties. We've got one in Wilkes, Watauga, and Ashe counties. In North Carolina, we've got one in Iredell and Rowan counties, which is an extension of a older warning. And then we do have the severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Rockingham County. So it's been a very busy day so far with a lot of these storms that are producing damaging straight line winds. And we got a new one that just popped up. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Catawba, Alexander, and Iredell and Caldwell counties in North Carolina. Some areas there having to shelter for a third time today. We've had discrete cells that have produced thunderstorms, that have produced some damaging winds and some hail, and now we've got this one that is producing a tornado. Let's go back to the velocity, and the rotation is in the process of crossing the state line. It's not as pronounced as it once was when the warning was initiated, but there is still debris being lofted on the correlation coefficient, which oftentimes with lighter objects, they can stay airborne for a long time. That sometimes is the case. So we'll continue to watch this as it crosses the state border slowly but surely. The National Weather Service has this moving to the southeast at 20 miles per hour. So it's moving south of due east. So that's why the polygon is drawn out the way that it is. And again, Mars Hill and Bald Creek are the places that need to be sheltered. And again, we got several major furloughs that are in this polygon. So again, nobody should be traveling on Interstate 26, Highway 23, or Highway 19. Down here where Mars Hill is at, that's the old US Highway 23. And then that's Highway 213 that splits out of Mars Hill and goes towards Marshall on Highway 25. And right now the circulation is going to cross close to Highway 12. And then it's going to cross the creek and, in theory, cross the Big Laurel Creek stream as a water spout if it's still down, and then ultimately cross Interstate 26. And then ultimately Highways 23 and 19, and we'll see if the National Weather Service will extend these warnings. We're not expecting strong, violent, long-track tornadoes. Basically, these brief spin-ups that come and go on a day like today. It's not often we get tornadoes in July, with exception of tropical systems, but every now and again when we get a frontal boundary that dips down our way this time of year, sometimes along that boundary we can get winds that occasionally back in different directions, and that can produce some tornadoes. But anyway, the latest scan is showing that the rotation has broadened out tremendously. So there's a decent chance that the tornado is lifted, and correlation coefficient not showing anything deeply organized right now. So basically we can say with a calm assurance that the tornado has occluded. And keep in mind, sometimes rotations can be very cyclic. So definitely keep that in your hip pocket as we progress through this situation. The other thing that they're warning for is the possibility of some large hail. So we're going to check a couple of other really cool products that I would love to show you. This is a product that we call Echo Tops. This measures the height of the cloud tops, and right now we're seeing upwards of about 53,000 feet in the air, which is pretty interesting to say the least. So very high top facing cloud tops, very high top thunderstorms to say the least. This is the vertically integrated liquid, and as you can see, the orange is indicating over 40 kilograms per square meter. That's likely where hail is falling, alongside the RFD winds, and what once was a tornado probably has occluded now. And you can see the latest scan is indicating that this tornado is probably has occluded maybe about 5 to 10 minutes ago, but it can make a comeback. You know, sometimes with these rotations, it can get very cyclic, as in the rotation can form, choke itself off, and reorganize itself in a span of, on average, maybe about 15 to 20 minutes. So what the National Weather Service likes to do is that it likes to watch it over the course of several volume scans to make sure it does not make a comeback. And if they see clearly that it doesn't come back, they can allow the warning to expire. The warning for Madison and Yancey expires at 6:15. Currently, it is 5:51. So it's got plenty of time to watch over this before it makes any further decisions. And again, if you are in Mars Hill or Bald Creek or anywhere within this polygon that the National Weather Service has drawn out, we want you to be in a safe place. Again, no cars and no mobile homes. Hopefully, if you're in a mobile home, you have transportation to get to a more substantial shelter. But if you're in a site-built structure, remember, we want you in a small room on the lowest floor near the center and no windows. If you can, put on a helmet, a bicycle helmet, a batting helmet, a motorcycle helmet, a football helmet. And again, we want you to have portable air horns in the event that you may need to sound off if you need some help or some medical assistance. Hard sole shoes for if you need to walk out in a tornado debris field to pursue help or some form of assistance. When a tornado hits a neighborhood, it can leave behind glass and other kinds of shrapnel that can shred your feet in a minute. And by having on hard-soled shoes, it can protect your feet. And the other thing that we always encourage you to do is to help us out. You can always be a true friend in the process like this. If you know anybody in Bald Creek or Mars Hill, we want you to call them or text them and let them know that they have a tornado warning storm approaching you, and you need to get your family and your friends and get to a safe place. The rotation is nowhere near what it was about 10 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago, but we'll continue to watch this very carefully just in case it reorganizes itself, because that possibility is always there. Let's kind of pull back the view and I'll show you those warnings again, and you can see there are numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in western North Carolina. We got one knocking on the door from Tennessee over to North Carolina. We'll have to watch that as it crosses the border. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of McDowell, Mitchell, Caldwell, Avery, Yancey, and Burke counties in North Carolina until 6:30. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Wilkes County, which includes Wilkesboro, North Wilkesboro. So there's that one. That one's in effect until 6:30. We have the tornado warning for the severe thunderstorm warning, until 6:30 for Catawba, Alexander, Iredell, and Caldwell counties in North Carolina. And then closer to central North Carolina, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Rockingham County. We'll watch that just in case that heads on over into parts of the Triad. We are getting some reports from this particular storm that's moved into North Carolina. This was about 30 minutes ago. We have a report of trees down in Greenville, Tennessee. And that is from this storm that has moved into North Carolina. And again, they're leaving a part of, I think it's called Unicoi County in Tennessee under the tornado warning, as this tornado warning storm may want to kind of hug the state line about right here south of Rocky Fork. And of course, keep in mind with these polygons, they fan out to allow for rooms for error just in case some small scale feature or something within the storm will cause it to jog a little to the left or to the right of the mean flow. So that's often something they're taking under consideration. But over time, as they are growing more and more confident in the storm direction, they'll kind of shrink and update the polygon accordingly. So let's look at the rotation now. And as you can see, it's nowhere near the monster it was 15-20 minutes ago. If you saw it 15 minutes ago, it had the correlation coefficient drop. It had the very tight rotation. So we have reason to believe that we did get a tornado right before it crossed the border, but now it's just nowhere near as organized as what it was earlier. But again, the National Weather Service is leaving the warning up to watch for several volume scans to make sure that it's not reorganizing itself. And if it keeps being like this, they'll probably replace it with a severe thunderstorm warning. We've had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in North Carolina. A decent number of them have verified with hail and damaging wind reports. So it's something we've got to stay very vigilant about. And this is going to be one of those days where, in general, you will have to take these severe thunderstorm warnings very seriously. We're not the only state dealing with severe weather. Along with Tennessee, we've got places in Virginia, up in Maryland, and even New Jersey and New York dealing with severe weather and flash flooding. The tri-state area under a level 3 out of 4 excessive rainfall risk for the possibility of some flash flooding and river flooding. So if you know anybody up in New York or New Jersey, you may want to let them know to pay attention to their flash flood warning bulletins, because it's aiming to be a pretty bad flooding day up there. So, but again, you can see lots of severe thunderstorm, flash flood, special marine, and tornado warning polygons, basically from New York all the way down to Virginia. And now we've got this action in Tennessee and North Carolina. We got a report of trees down in Stony Point in Iredell County. And we got a report of several trees down in Unicoi County, Tennessee. So that's been the story for the most part. We've seen reports of trees and power lines coming down with this. And we're seeing at least some minor property damage. I've been seeing reports of roof damage in Tennessee and Virginia. So we've seen some real estate and infrastructure issues from this. So again, this is going to be one of those days where severe thunderstorm warnings need to be taken seriously. But the most urgent business in terms of North Carolina is this tornado warned storm for Mars Hill and Bald Creek. And again, it's in the process of crossing Highway 212. It's almost to the point to where we can give 212 and 208 an all clear. But once it completely passes past that, we're going to watch as it crosses Interstate 26, Highway 23, and Highway 19. There's a good chance this will pass to the east of North Carolina Highway 213 in Mars Hill and possibly get to where it kind of splits the difference between Mars Hill and Bald Creek. But again, as we always say here, respect the polygon and just be in a safe place. National Weather Service in Morriston, Tennessee took Rocky Fork out of the tornado warning. So this is exclusively a North Carolina problem. And I would most certainly agree with it because it looks like it's going to move south of the state line. All right, so there's your rotation. This is the latest scan, and you can see the rotation is still there, but it is very, very broad, and it is nowhere near how it was 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, really. But again, the National Weather Service is going to hold on to this warning just in case it tries to reorganize itself. And as you can see from the reflectivity, it's really trying to rotate again. You can see this little hook echo. You got your inflow notch. And of course, if anything happens, it'll be at the right rear flank of the storm as it approaches the creek. And once it moves over the creek, in theory, it becomes a water spout. So obviously, hopefully and prayerfully, everybody is off the creek and in a site-built structure. And hopefully everybody in Interstate 26, Highway 23, Highway 19, and Highway 213 is out of the roads and into gas stations, restaurants, convenience stores, grocery stores, something like that to give the storm time to pass. So if you're just joining us, we are coming up on 6:01, almost 6:02, and we have this tornado warned storm for portions of Madison and Yancey counties in North Carolina. Now, thankfully, the saving grace is that number one, the rotation is still very broad, and number two, it's moving over sparsely populated parts of the world, but even with that, people live there. So, again, you can be a true friend by calling or texting people that are in Bald Creek or Mars Hill or anybody within this region that I am showing you. Granted, the rotation is very broad as it crosses the creek, but again, it can ramp back up. So definitely remain in your safe place until the National Weather Service makes a decision for this warning. All right, but thankfully this is the only tornado warning in North Carolina. The rest of them are up in Virginia and Maryland. But the normalized rotation product is still indicating that this storm is still spinning like a top. It's very broad. There's probably a wall cloud with this, but it looks like, judging from the storm relative velocity, there's probably not a tornado with this. But still, as long as that polygon is up, we want you in a good, safe place until the storm passes or weakens, whichever comes first. So that's where we stand currently. And don't forget, we had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in North Carolina, and we got a new one. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for portions of Madison, Swain, Haywood, and Buncombe counties until 6:45 for the possibility of damaging winds and large hail. So a dual threat with this one. But this is for the storms that are moving out of Tennessee and into North Carolina. So basically Hot Springs, Walnut, Marshall, Luck, Lake Junahooka, Clyde, Kenton, Waynesville, and Maggie Valley. Those are the areas that are under the gun. So given that these storms have produced damaging winds sufficient enough to knock down trees and power lines, you just want to be in a safe place. As a course of least regret, you want to take these severe thunderstorm warnings very seriously. Even as far south as Hazehound, you want to be in a safe place with this severe thunderstorm warning. So we still got severe thunderstorm warnings throughout portions of the higher Appalachian and the Piedmont areas of North Carolina at this present moment. So again, we got one for portions of McDowell, Mitchell, Caldwell, Avery, Yancey, and Burke counties until 6:30. We've got one for Catawba, Alexander, Iredell, and Caldwell counties until 6:30. We got Watauga. We got Wilkes County under a severe thunderstorm warning for a storm that has moved out of Watauga and Ashe County into Wilkes County until 6:30. And we've got Rockingham and Caswell counties that are under a severe thunderstorm warning until 7 o'clock. All right, so been a very active day. Still an active day right now, but the reason why we're here going wall to wall is for this severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Madison and Yancey counties. This warning will be in effect until 6:15, which is just a few minutes, about 9 minutes left. And they are keeping the confirmed tornado wording up. Don't know why. We'll roll this back a few scans, and we don't really see a correlation coefficient drop, just a couple of big radial spikes. And we can look at the rotation, and it's basically pretty much just fizzled out. There's still like a broad mesocyclone at the very most, but nothing that would resemble a tornado. But it does still look pretty suspicious on reflectivity. You can see there's an inflow notch and a hook echo with this. So no doubt it's broadly rotating. There's like a broad mesocyclone, maybe a wall cloud with this, but at this point in the game, I doubt that there is a tornado right now. Still, if you're in Bald Creek or Mars Hill, you want to be in a safe place. Gut feeling is as it approaches 6:15, they're probably going to replace this with a severe thunderstorm warning, but that's the National Weather Service's decision and not mine. So as long as you see this polygon right here, you want to be in a good, safe place until this storm passes. The warning is in effect for 7 more minutes. So you got 7 minutes at the most and we'll see what the National Weather Service will do from there. I'll show you the convective outlook while I've got you guys on the line. Here is the day one convective outlook, and you can see pretty much all of North Carolina, with exception of a sliver of Clay County, North Carolina, is under this level 2 out of 5 standard slight risk, with a tiny little portion of Clay County under a level 1 out of 5 slight risk. And basically all modes of severe weather are on the table. Actually, it's Cherokee County, I'm sorry. That's under that level 1 out of 5 marginal risk. So all modes of severe weather are on the table, and so far all modes of severe weather have been what we're getting. So, so far everything is verifying according to what the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center have said. So, unfortunately, that's been the case, but thankfully, we've had no casualties to speak of, just been some trees that have come down, some power lines that have been coming down, and maybe some minor property damage, but thankfully, humanity has come through this unscathed so far, so that is always good news. So keep in mind, and we have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee, so we're going to have to watch that one as it crosses the border into North Carolina. So we're basically at the peak of this as we head into the evening and overnight hours. As we're seeing these severe thunderstorm warned storms, as these storms have been trudging through the higher elevations of North Carolina, we're going to see the action eventually move over into central and eastern North Carolina in coming hours. But thankfully, this is all associated with a cold front, and that's really going to bring down the humidity for later this week. I know you've been really feeling the dew points today, but it looks as if we are going to get some relief, especially as we end the week. So I know y'all are getting tired of the mugginess because we've been in and out of it a lot this summer so far, but it looks like we're going to get some relief. We got some relief a few days ago with the plume of tropical moisture and a frontal boundary that brought us some rain, and it cooled us off in the 70s. It felt great out there in spite of the mugginess, but the heat and humidity cranked back up, but it looks like it's going to crank back down, which is good news. All right, so let's go back to this tornado warned storm, and it looks like we've lost the hook echo. The storm has really lost what little organization it hung on to, and it looks like the rotation continues to be benign. So good news there. It looks like they will, looks like if this trend continues, they might conceivably replace this with a severe thunderstorm warning, which is still a big issue given the straight line winds that we've been seeing today. But it looks like the news is better in the sense that we're really not seeing a tornado threat at this present moment. We're not seeing any indication of debris being lofted. This is just a radial spike. But it looks like the news is much better. The echo tops are very impressive with this, upwards of close to 55,000 feet. And the vertically integrated liquid values continue to be at or maybe a little above 40 kilograms per square meter. So no doubt some large hail is possible with this, but it looks like in terms of the tornado threat, the news is much, much better. But still, for the next 2 minutes or so, or until the National Weather Service makes a decision, Mars Hill and Bald Creek needs to remain in their safe place as this tornado-warned storm aims to cross Interstate 26. So there's your latest scan, and the rotation continues to be very broad and nothing that resembles a tornado signature at all. It's spinning like a top. Obviously, there's probably still a broad mesocyclone, maybe even a wall cloud, but chances are there's nothing trying to form underneath that. So the news is much, much better, but still, until this warning is off the board, we want everybody in this region here to be in a safe place. But let's show the big picture one more time. And I meant to turn that off. Here's the big picture, and again, you can see multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in North Carolina. There's one for Rockingham and Caswell. There's one for Catawba, Alexander, Iredell, and Caldwell. There is one for portions of McDowell, Mitchell, Caldwell, Avery, Yancey, and Burke. And then there's one for Madison, Swain, Haywood, and Buncombe counties. So several counties under the gun in terms of the severe thunderstorm threat. But in terms of the tornado threat, there's just Madison and Yancey counties. And even at that, things are much better than they were about 30 minutes ago. You can also see there's some flash flood warnings basically knocking on the door in Tennessee, just across the state border. We've seen these training showers and storms, and that has caused some minor flooding issues in Tennessee and Virginia. All right, it looks like they're going to go with the severe thunderstorm warning, and I think that's the right call. The rotation is nowhere near where it was, so I think this is the right decision. So the National Weather Service is going with a severe thunderstorm warning for Madison, Buncombe, and Yancey counties in North Carolina until 7:15. So I would recommend you stay in your safe place because, we've had trees come down with this storm system. But in terms of the tornado threat, they believe that it's no longer a huge deal. So they're going to go with a severe thunderstorm warning. And this one will include Asheville, as well as the campus of the University of North Carolina in Asheville. So if you have anybody, if you're watching and you have students, you have friends, you have relatives at the campus of the University of North Carolina in Asheville, do let them know that they're under a severe thunderstorm warning and they need to be in a safe place, whether it's in a bathroom of a college campus or a college building or some little office, some little interior office, and away from windows. With some of these college facilities, the doors are partially glass, so obviously we want everybody away from that and into some interior room. But again, Mars Hill, Dillingham, Marshall, Weaverville, and even downtown Asheville and the campus of the University of North Carolina in Asheville, as well as the Mount Mitchell State Park, you want to be in a safe place. But the news is better. They're going with a severe thunderstorm warning. So with that in mind, we have absolutely no tornado warnings. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings with a history of damage in terms of bark, in terms of power lines, and in terms of some minor infrastructure damage. That's mostly been from damaging straight line winds. We've also had some hail reports so far from this, and we've had some flooding reports so far from this. But in terms of the tornado threat, this is the first one that I've seen today. And keep in mind, we're under a severe thunderstorm watch for portions of the Piedmont and the Appalachian mountains of North Carolina until 8 o'clock. So the fun's not over yet, but the news is better in terms of a tornado. So definitely stay on your guard today. Make sure you take severe thunderstorm warnings seriously, and make sure you know what to do and where to go as we head into the evening and overnight hours. So I'm going to take us back to a weather scan for those of you that are watching on YouTube and Twitch. And for those of you that are watching on Facebook, I am going to end the live stream. So again, you see those severe thunderstorm warning polygons. Make sure you take all of those seriously. I might pop back in later on. If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, I'm going to pop back in later on and kind of update you on the situation from time to time. But for now, have a great rest of your evening. Stay safe and stay healthy. And I will talk to you guys later. And we're going to have to come right back on the air. We have a new tornado warning. Just when I was getting ready to leave, they pulled the trigger on another tornado warning. This is for portions of the Piedmont of North Carolina. So let's go into this thing, and same drill as last time. We're going to show you who's in and who's out. So this is a tornado warning for portions of Catawba, Alexander, Lincoln, and Iredell counties until 7 o'clock. And this is for a rogue cell. Oftentimes with these rogue cells, you get the better chance of a tornado than you do with clusters or organized mesoscale convective complexes. So that's pretty much been the case. That's pretty much the case here. And you can see it's in the process of crossing Interstate 40 right here. And then it's going to cross Highway 70. So we're going to have to watch this. And you can see there's like an inflow notch. And then you got your little pendant here. And again, it's getting ready to cross Interstate 40 and Highway 70. So right off the fly, nobody should be traveling on Interstate 40 or Highway 70 between Brookford and what's the name of that city? Statesville. All right, so between Statesville and Brookford, we would advise everybody that's driving on Interstate 40 and Highway 70 to go to the nearest exit, find you a gas station, a restaurant, a convenience store, or a grocery store, and just kind of camp out there until the storm passes. Again, Troutman is in the polygon. This is Interstate 77. There's a tiny little sliver of Interstate 77 that's in the polygon. But again, if you're in Conover, Newton, Claremont, Catawba, or Troutman, we want you to be in a safe place. That is a small room on the lowest floor near the center and away from windows in a site-built structure. Don't forget, everybody in your safe place, we want you to wear a helmet. A bicycle helmet, a batting helmet, a motorcycle helmet, a football helmet. And the other thing we want you to do is assist us. If you know anybody that is in this polygon, we want you to call them or text them and let them know that they are under a tornado warning and they need to be in a safe place. Let's look at the velocity real quick, and there's your rotation right there. Not the best looking signature in the world, but enough for the National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg to issue this warning. So right now it's crossing the interstate and the highway close to Conover, and we will watch that very carefully to see how it will behave as it moves towards moves through Highway 40 and Highway 70 and Interstate 40. And it looks like it's heading over a body of water as well. So there you go. That's the danger right now. And we're seeing other tornado warnings come through the wire. Y'all, this is going to get really, really busy, guys. So just strap in and we'll get you through this, okay? As long as you know what to do and where to go, I've told you this before, you're going to be just fine. But it looks like things are ramping back up over here. This was the rotation that broadened out. You saw the rotation broaden out, and now it's tightening back up. All right, so we have a tornado warning. This is going to be for portions of Madison and Buncombe County. I told you guys at Mars Hill to stay sheltered in spite of the fact that we had a severe thunderstorm warning to replace this, and now I'm glad I did. But rotation doesn't look like the most organized thing in the world, but the National Weather Service believed that it has tightened enough for them to post a new warning. And this will include Asheville, and this will include the campus of the University of North Carolina in Asheville. For a lot of them, they're taking summer classes, so we are basically asking them to move them out of classrooms and into bathrooms and small offices, places like that, to allow them to be safe from this tornado-warned storm. This is going to cross through some major furloughs in some very populated parts of the world. So if you are in Asheville, if you have an Asheville mailing address, if you're working in Asheville, or if you're trying to navigate through some very chaotic traffic to get home, we want you to find a gas station, a restaurant, a convenience store to kind of camp out at until the storm passes. And we'll see what the National Weather Service will do with this. With this moving right over Asheville, we're definitely going to see some reports because it is moving over a very well-populated part of the world. For this one, we're going to go into the Blacksburg radar. I tell you what, let me pull up my other radar software, because this is the part where it's really going to get very, very chaotic and very, where it's going to get very chaotic very quick, because we got several warnings that have come through the wire. So we're going to have to kind of walk you through all of them and give all of them as equal time as we can. But this is a tornado warning for Rockingham County, and what the National Weather Service has done in Raleigh is kind of extend it into portions of Alamance and Guilford County. So this is for a storm exiting Reedsville and heading into more populated places. Burlington is the big population center in Alamance County. This will also include the campus of Elon College. So if you have any friends, relatives, students, acquaintances that either work or are a student at Elon College, you want to call them or text them and let them know they need to be sheltered. We'll take a look at the rotation. You can see that very clearly on radar. It's getting ready to jump the border and head into basically the triple point where Alamance, Guilford, and Rockingham counties all come together. So we're going to watch that, and then we're going to watch this cross close to the Hall River, which makes it, in theory, become a water spout. And then this is going to move towards Alamahaw, Ossipee, and ultimately Glen Raven and Burlington. So again, if you are in the city limits of Burlington, we want you to be in a good, safe place. And if you know anybody in Burlington, give them a call. Let them know that they need to be sheltered, as this is a very serious situation. So we're working technically 3 storms. We're seeing the action really begin to pick up over the course of time. So this is going to be the part where we're going to be rocking and reeling. So let me go to my WSV software, and here we are. You can see the severe thunderstorm watch, which is in effect. But again, I'll kind of walk you through these warnings again. So here's the tornado warning for Rockingham County, and you can see where it has been extended into portions of Alamance and Guilford counties. Now, I will say this for Guilford County, Greensboro is not in this tornado warning. You're nowhere close to this. So if you're worried about students or friends at the campus of UNC Greensboro, this danger is well to the north and east of you, probably about 15 or 20 miles as the crow flies. But you can see this is where the danger is at right there. You can see the shear marker there. Again, you're going to see it as it crosses over into Guilford and Alamance counties. Again, pretty close to the triple point where the three counties are all going to come together. And we'll see how it behaves. You can see a little bit of a inflow notch and a little pendant there. So there is some measure of a mesocyclone there, and you can see the rotation right there. Again, not the tightest in the world, but definitely we're going to keep an eye on this as it crosses over into Guilford and Alamance counties. So let's go to Greenville, Spartanburg, and again, we're technically working three storms. One of them is kind of one of those jurisdictional handoffs. All right, so let's look at this particular warning. This is a tornado warning for portions of the Piedmont and North Carolina. This storm is in the process, again, of crossing Interstate 40 and Highway 70 close to Conover, Newton, and Claremont. Again, Catawba is here, Troutman is here, Sherrills Ford, and Maiden. So again, if you're in any of those towns, we want you to be in a good, safe place. Again, no cars and no mobile homes. Small room, hall, closet, bathroom, lowest floor, near the center, and away from windows. You can put on a helmet. If you have a bicycle helmet, that's absolutely perfect. If you have a sports helmet, that's absolutely perfect. If you have a motorcycle helmet, that's absolutely perfect. It'll help protect your head. We've seen numerous cases with tornado fatalities we've had in the past few years where if only they had on a bicycle helmet or a sports helmet or a motorcycle helmet, they'll still be alive today. And that almost never fails. So having on that bicycle helmet is very, very crucial for a weather situation like this. And there's your rotation. Not the best looking rotation in the world, but the National Weather Service saw a couple of volume scans that were very concerning and decided to pull the trigger on a tornado warning. So we're going to watch this very carefully with due diligence, and we'll watch trends to see what decisions that the National Weather Service has done following this. Here's the other tornado warning, and this is the one that's going to include some very populated parts of the world. You can see Asheville is here. Again, this will also include the campus of the University of North Carolina in Asheville. So again, if you have students, if you have friends that either work or are currently taking classes there, taking any evening classes right now, you want to give them a call and let them know they need to be in a safe place. This is in the process of crossing some major furloughs here. Let's look at the rotation with this, and as you can see, it looks like the rotation currently is, judging from this scan, over Weaverville. It's really not the most organized storm in the world. This is probably one of those storms that's along that cluster. So usually with clusters, rotations come and go, like a bug on a hot rock. But when they're down, and they're doing some serious damage. So, in the event that one has come back, you want to be in a safe place. If you're in this region, especially if you're in downtown Asheville and the campus of the University of North Carolina in Asheville. So, that's the warning that includes Asheville. And don't forget, we have severe thunderstorm warnings. And here's your severe thunderstorm watch. You can see it includes a decent swath of North Carolina, from the Blue Ridge and the Appalachian all the way to the Piedmont. So we're having to continue to watch this, and we're continuing to get reports of thunderstorm wind damage. So there's that to take under consideration as well. Let's go back to my other radar software. And here's the big view from the perspective of Blacksburg, Virginia. And again, you can see where there has been numerous reports of trees that have come down. And some power lines that have come down too. So it's been a very chaotic event. So here we are. Let's again take you through these one at a time. The rule of thumb is whenever we have multiple tornado warnings, we want to give them all equal time, or as close to equal time as possible. So this is a storm that is moving out of Rockingham County into Alamance and Guilford counties. There's the rotation. You can see that very clearly on radar, basically moving maybe about 2 or 3 miles to the west of the triple point where the counties all come together. And pretty much in about 5 to 10 minutes, we can give Rockingham County an all clear. And eventually the present danger is going to be shifting into Alamance and Guilford counties. Now, in terms of big population centers, the bigger population centers are Burlington and the campus of Elon College. Glen Raven is in this polygon as well as Altamahaw and Ossipee along Highway 87. So again, if you're in any of those places, you want to be in a good, safe place, in a site-built home, small room, lowest floor, near the center and away from windows. No cars, no mobile homes. Put on a helmet, bicycle helmet, batting helmet, motorcycle helmet, football helmet, and that will be until the storms pass. And again, if you know anybody in those parts of the world, we want you to call them or text them and let them know that they need to be in a safe place right now. So definitely take that under consideration, and keep in mind that these won't be strong, long-track tornadoes. These will be probably the short-lived tornadoes that probably last less than 2 minutes. But when they're down, they will do damage. So take all of these warnings seriously. All right? So we have a tornado-warned storm that has had a history of producing damage in portions of Catawba, Lincoln, and Iredell counties. Alexander County has been taken out as it has moved out of the county. The rotation isn't that strong, but it's still there. So eventually we're going to give Interstate 40, Highway 70 an all clear. I'm not quite ready to do that just yet. I want to give it a couple of more minutes to allow for the rear flank downdraft winds to kind of calm down. So if you're still just off those highways, just stay off those furloughs until the storm is safely far enough away from you where you can continue your trip home. But again, Catawba, Claremont, Conover, Newton, Lake Norman, Catawba, and Cheryl's Pond, you want to be in a good, safe place. Now, it's going to move over a body of water if it holds together. So, in theory, we're going to see this thing become a water spout. So, if it's still a concern. But basically, the danger is from Interstate 40 and points south and east. St. Stephen's and Hickory, we're going to give you an all clear from this. The danger is far enough away from you where you can go about your business, but we're going to continue to watch this as it continues to make its trek to the south and to the east. Now, here's the other tornado warned storm that includes some of the bigger population centers. We can give Mars Hill an all clear. Thank you so much for your patience. You can come out of your safe place now. I know you've been in your safe place for 40, 50 minutes. You can come out now. All right, the danger is on by you. Right now it is basically, we're not seeing anything too terribly organized. It looks like the worst part of the storm is basically over downtown Asheville. You can see Asheville is here, Interstate 26, which moves out of Asheville back toward Mars Hill. This is Highway 70. This goes out of Asheville over towards Black Mountain. And this is Interstate 40. This is one of the main west-east furloughs of North Carolina. And this is where the danger is at. This storm has been moving very quickly to the south and to the east. This possesses a dual threat of tornadoes and large hail. So kind of keep that in mind, that you may be sheltering for two reasons: the tornado threat and the large hail threat. Bill values aren't that impressive right now. It looks like at the present moment, the big player in town is the tornado threat. We'll see what the National Weather Service will do with this. It looks like there are two areas of rotation with this. One that is moving over the Blue Ridge Parkway, and one that is getting ready to cross Interstate 40 and Highway 70. That's often the case with clusters of storms. Sometimes rotations just come and go. It's where we get these lone cells that we had the big tornado problems. So let's go back to these lone cells. And again, we're going to try to give them equal time. And I can say with a calm assurance that we can clear Interstate 40 and Highway 70. So if you're in Interstate 40, Highway 70, you're free to travel. Just be careful out there, because, you know, if a tree falls down on a roadway, obviously you'll have to find another route to get home. But so just kind of maintain a sense of vigilance as you're heading home, but you are free to travel now. The storm is well enough to the south of you where you can just keep trucking. And we're going to give Conover, Clearmount, and Catawba, and let's just say we're going to give Newton an all clear from this as well. It looks like next in line will be Lake Norman and Sherrill's Pond, and we're going to see this thing run parallel to State Highway 16. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as it continues to truck down highway, parallel to Highway 16, and ultimately Highway 150. It's going to ultimately cross Highway 150 if it holds together. Right now, the rotation is pretty much fizzled. We're not seeing anything of any dire consequence here. So we might see this warning come off the board within the next few minutes. But what the National Weather Service likes to do, it likes to watch for several volume scans to make sure it doesn't re-energize itself. And when it sees that it's not going to re-energize itself, that's when they let the warning go. But until then, Lake Norman of Catawba, Sherrill's Ford, just stay in your safe place until the warning passes. And I'm seeing a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm guessing that's what they're going to replace the tornado warning with. And if that's the case, I think that's the right decision. So Mooresville, Davidson, Cornelius, Westport, and Triangle. Now you got to get in your safe place. I understand being sheltered in a restaurant or a convenience store or some site-built structure is not what you want to do at 6:45 in the evening. You're probably just thinking about dinner at this point and heading home from work. But just sheltering in a good, safe place is just the right thing to do. Again, we've had a history of trees and power lines coming down with this. So, you know, sheltering from this is the right thing to do. And you can see clearly they've replaced the tornado warning with the severe thunderstorm warning. And I think that's the right decision. So now, in theory, we're working two storms. Now, I tell you what, let's use the other radar software for the triad storm, the storm that's in the triad. So let me go to my other radar software to do this. I don't want to keep changing radar sites if it's going to take a while to change. And you can see they just took Rockingham County out. All right, so Rockingham County, you're all clear from the tornado threat. So now we can shift the focus to Alamance and Guilford County. They have adjusted the polygon, and it appears as if they have taken Elon College out. So if you're in Elon College, you can come out of your tornado safe place. But if you're in Glen Raven and Burlington, you want to remain in your safe place. There's Highway 62 that breaks off of Burlington and goes ultimately up into South Boston, Virginia. So basically from Burlington up to the state line is where we advise no traveling on Highway 62. And this is for this storm right here. You can see a bit of a pendant shape, and you've got the inflow notch with this. And I tell you what, for this storm, let's go to the Raleigh next rad, since it's moving closer to that Raleigh next rad. And it looks like from the perspective of this, you can see your inflow notch and your little hook echo there. Not the healthiest in the world, but definitely evident. And you can see there's the rotation right there. It's fairly broad at this point. This is not a classic tornado signature, but the way the National Weather Service works, as I've stated before, they're going to want several volume scans to make sure that it doesn't reorganize and re-energize itself. And once they see that it's clearly going to stay behaved, they'll let the warning go. So the news is better, but still, if you're along Highway 62, downtown Burlington, or Glen Raven, you just want to be in a safe place. Again, no cars and no mobile homes, small room, hall, closet, bathroom, and a site-built structure, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows, helmet. And again, if you know anybody in Burlington or Glen Raven, the object of the game is to call them or text them and let them know they need to be sheltered. Still a well defined hook echo, but again, the rotation is just broad. So at the very most, a mesocyclone, but not a tornado with this at this present moment. But that can change, and that's why the tornado warning stays up and the precautionary measures stay in place. Let's go back to my other radar software. Currently, it is 6:49. And again, we're working two storms at this point, too. And this is one of the storms we're working. And again, this is moving towards a very populated part of the world. Asheville is a very populated part of the world. That's where the UNC campus is at. And at this moment, we do see maybe more than one well-defined circulation with this, oftentimes with a cluster of storms, as opposed to just a rogue cell. You can get multiple areas of rotation in one instance. So that's probably what we're seeing now. And we'll see how this... Wow. All right. That was my weather radio. It looks like they are going to extend the severe thunderstorm watch to include more of North Carolina. I'll show you that in a minute once it kind of gets into the system. So I'll show you that in a moment. But right now the big urgency is these tornado-warned storms heading into very populated areas. And it looks like they're going to go with a severe thunderstorm warning, and I think that's the right decision. I mean, the storms are rotating, but this storm has not produced a tornado since it was nearing the state border. So, given that, I think this is the right decision to go with a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, that being said, I would still advise you stay off the roads and Interstate 40 and Highway 70, because we've had a history of trees coming down And with that in mind, you just need to stay sheltered and off the roads until the storms pass. This is Highway 74, and that splits off of Interstate 40 and goes down to Lake Lure. That's Highway 64 that goes towards Interstate 26. Sorry about that. And there's Interstate 26 that breaks off of downtown Asheville, as well as Highway 25. So those are the furloughs that we're now asking for no traveling to take place. And again, we've seen a couple of broad areas of rotation, but nothing that resembles a tornado. And that is why they're going with a severe thunderstorm warning, which again, I believe that's just the right decision. So basically, the danger is now Asheville, Interstate 40, Highway 70 points south. You just need to be in a safe place until these storms pass. That is just the right thing to do. And there are numerous cities. Keep in mind, this is over a very densely populated part of the world. So if we get any damage, we're going to get that pretty quickly because these are moving over densely populated parts of the world. So if you're in any of these cities, basically Asheville points south and east. Places like Fairview, Girton, Lake Lure, Skyland, Royal Pines, Fletcher, Mountain Home, Hendersonville, Valley Hill, Flat Rock. You want to be in a good, safe place until these storms pass. All right, so let's go and look at this. We got numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, some of these have had tornado warnings in the past. And some of these have had a history of producing damage. In fact, more are coming. We got a tree blocking Baker Teague Road in Bethlehem in Alexander County. Also, tree fell on a structure in Bethlehem as well. So these storms have been packing a punch, and this is why you want to take tornado precautions in a severe thunderstorm warning. That's just the right thing to do. All right, so let's run you through these severe thunderstorm warnings real quick. We got a severe thunderstorm warning for Transylvania, Henderson, Jackson, Swain, and Haywood counties until 7:45. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Rutherford, Henderson, Polk, and Buncombe counties until 7:45. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Catawba, McDowell, Rutherford, Lincoln, Cleveland, and Burke counties until 7:15. And we have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Catawba, Lincoln, Iredell, Mecklenburg, and Rowan counties until 7:30. So that's what we're seeing in the higher elevations of North Carolina. Let's go back to our other radar software. And here's the tornado warning storm for portions of Glen Raven and Burlington. We're still seeing this really good hook echo right here. You can see that inflow notch, possible tornado at the right rear flank. And you can see that approaching Glen Raven and Burlington in Alamance County. In a matter of moments, we're going to be able to clear Guilford County from this. Eventually, this is going to be exclusively an Alamance County problem. Now, whether this gets extended as a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning remains to be seen. But still, the National Weather Service will do what it always does. Watch for several volume scans and then make a decision after watching those volume scans. There's your rotation. It's not a classic tornado signature, but it is rotating. So we'll see what the National Weather Service decides to do with this and how they're going to respond accordingly. All right, let's show you the new severe thunderstorm watch. This is going to cover a decent chunk of central North Carolina. And you can see that this covers basically Oxford, Durham, Nash, Edgecombe, Washington, Pitt, Lenoir, Duplin, Bladen, Sampson, Robinson counties, and counties off to the west. So this is your new severe thunderstorm watch. because we're seeing the action kind of slowly but surely shift into central North Carolina. So places like Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill, Wake Forest, Rocky Mount, Williamston, Greenville, Winterville, Aden, Grifton, Kinston, Pink Hill, Wallace, Rose Hill, White Lake, Lumberton, Laurinburg, Rockingham, Wadesboro, Pinehurst, Holly Springs, Dunn, Lillington, Goldsboro, Wilson, Goldston, Sanford, Siler City, Robbins. Those are the areas that we're now going to watch for the possibility of damaging straight line winds. Again, that's going to be the big player in town. We're not looking at big tornado threats here. We're looking at damaging straight line wind threats with the possibility of maybe some large hail and maybe a brief spin up tornado. So we're not expecting big tornado problems, but one could try to spin up and form. All right, now let's look at this storm one more time, because as you can see, Guilford County is now out of the warning. So now this is exclusively an Alamance County storm, still pretty wrapped up with that hook echo, that inflow notch. So no doubt this thing is spinning like a top. Whether it's producing the tornado or not remains to be seen. And there's your couplet right there. Not a very impressive signature at all, but the National Weather Service, again, will continue to watch this over several volume scans and will make a decision accordingly. So, again, if you're in Glen Raven or Burlington, you want to be in a safe place as a course of least regret until the National Weather Service makes a final decision on the circulation. Now, if it holds together, this might be a problem for portions of Alamance, further down Alamance County, and maybe even portions of Orange County. They haven't made a decision with that yet, but if you're in places like Hillsboro, Swetsonville, and maybe even as far south as Saxapaw, keep an eye on this. You might come under either a severe thunderstorm warning, a special weather statement, or maybe even a tornado warning. But if we have no ground truth of a tornado, they might just go with a severe thunderstorm warning. And that's something I'll have a fireside chat with you about some other time. What we're really trying to do in the Weather Enterprise is minimize the number of false alarms. You get too many of those and people just won't take you that seriously anymore. So we're trying to minimize the false alarms. Alright, so we're at our other radar software, and it looks like they have canceled the warning. Yeah. They're going to let it expire at 7 o'clock. So, in terms of the tornado threat, and this is the cluster of storms they're warning for right here. And we're seeing broad rotation, but again, nothing that would suggest a tornado is happening. So, again, you've got this severe thunderstorm warning to replace the tornado warning. And so that's what they decided on. But again, given that this has produced a history of trees and power lines coming down, I would still stay sheltered. I would still stay off the roads until the storm passes. It looks like we're getting some ground truth with the Alamance County storm, so let's kind of query that for a little bit. All right. And there's your storm right there. You can see that hook echo inflow notch. Let's see. South of Reedsfield, multiple trees down along Highway 29 at mile marker 147. So, whether that is straight line winds or a tornado, we'll find that out later. But That's the ground truth we've been seeing from this storm so far. And we're still getting some broad rotation. This is not a classic tornado signature, but again, we've seen these things be cyclic in the sense that it will broaden, it will kind of choke itself off, and then get itself reorganized. And they're going to go with a new tornado warning. So here we go. I think it's based on that report that we saw in Rockingham County. And if that's the case, maybe this is the right decision. All right, so we have a new tornado warning. This will be for portions of Alamance and Orange counties in North Carolina. Basically from Hillsborough over to basically almost the county line in terms of Highway 70 and Interstate 40. So right now the rotation is moving over Glen Raven. In a matter of moments, we will give Highway 87 an all clear, as well as Ossipee and Altamahaw. We'll give it 5 more minutes, just 5 more minutes, and we'll see how the storm will react. Usually I like to give it time for the rear flank downdraft winds to run its course, because even that alone can pose a problem. So that's why I'm saying up here, just give it a few more minutes. Okay, so right now the storm is over Glen Raven. It's about to move over Burlington, getting ready to cross Highway 70, and ultimately Interstate 40, probably close to the town of Graham. But let's get a gauge of who's in and who's out, shall we? So, Alamance, you're in this. Belmont, you're in this. Swepsonville, you're in this. Haw River, you're in. Glen Level, you're in. Woodlawn, Nevin, you're in. Eflin, you're in this. As a course of least regret, I'm going to also say Hillsborough, you're in this. Again, Swepsonville, Saxapaw, and this will also include Chapel Hill and the campus of the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill. So, I know some of you are watching and you're going to say, do I need to tell my friends and family in UNC Chapel Hill to go to a safe place? The answer to that is yes. Call them, text them, let them know they need to be in a safe place. If you have a Chapel Hill mailing address, you need to be in a safe place. So again, this will include some big population centers, okay? So, if we get damage reports, we're going to get them very quickly. Because this is a densely populated part of the world. Again, you can see that rotation about to move over Glen Raven. And it's back. These, I always tell you, these storms can be cyclic, and that's why you don't let the tornado warnings go. But it's back. So right now, moving over Glen Raven, ultimately Burlington and Graham and Swepsonville. But again, the polygons fan out to allow for rooms for error, just in case a storm wants to jog to the left or to the right of the main flow. But again, Hillsborough, Eflin, Nevin, Woodlawn, Green Level, Glen Raven, Burlington, Haw River, Graham, Alamance, Belmont, Swepsonville, Saxapaw, Chapel Hill, and the campus of the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill. Okay, so if you're in any of those cities that I called out to you, you want to be in a safe place. Again, that is a small room on the lowest floor near the center and away from windows in a site-built structure. We don't want anybody in a mobile home. We don't want anybody in a car. We want everybody in a site-built structure. Again, if you're driving down Interstate 40 or Highway 70, at the nearest exit, pull off at the nearest gas station, at the nearest restaurant, the nearest convenience store, the nearest grocery store, and just kind of camp out there in one of their bathrooms until this storm passes. I know this is not something you want to do. You want to get home from work. We get it. but this is just the right thing to do, because if a tornado is down with this can take your car and fling it halfway to Wilmington. All right. So, and we've had loss of life in North Carolina from people that were in cars. I think back to our high-risk day, April 16th, 2011. A lot of our fatalities come from mobile homes and cars. They're not safe places to be in a tornado. You want to relocate to a more substantial structure. And one thing I really want to say to the meteorologists that work these events, they do need to do a better job emphasizing that they need to be in a site-built structure with a helmet on in a safe place there until these storms pass. But this is for all practical purposes, the only tornado warning on the board for portions of Alamance and Orange counties. So this is the only storm that's tornadic. Now keep in mind, we have severe thunderstorm warnings in western North Carolina, parts of the Piedmont and the Blue Ridge under severe thunderstorm warnings for these storms. They have produced wind damage. They have knocked down trees and power lines. They've even caused some minor structural damage, especially in Tennessee and Virginia. So for those areas under severe thunderstorm warning, you need to be in a safe place as well. Right now, we're just emphasizing the big tornado threat, which is right here. You're seeing it clearly right there. Here's the reflectivity. You can see inflow notch, hook. If there's a tornado at the right rear flank of the storm, it's moving right to downtown Burlington. So Burlington, you should have been in your safe place 20 to 30 minutes ago, but your time is basically up. So again, if you're in Burlington, you need to be sheltered. Graham, Swepsonville, Saxapaw, Chapel Hill, Hillsborough, Eflin, Alamance, Belmont, Swepsonville, Woodlawn, Green Level, Nevin. Be in a safe place. And again, help us out. If you know anybody in any of these cities, call them or text them. Let them know they need to be sheltered. If you have students or friends that work or take classes at Chapel Hill, taking summer classes, doing the evening class thing, let them know they need to be sheltered in bathrooms and small offices until this storm passes. All right, so this warning is in effect until 7:45. It is currently 7:09. So that's the only tornado warning on the board currently, or the only storm that's been tornado warned. We do have a tornado warning in Tennessee that's knocking on the door of North Carolina, so we'll have to keep an eye on that just in case other parts of North Carolina end up under fire for a possibility of a tornado. But there's a cluster in western North Carolina that's really been a huge nuisance. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But right now, we're focused on the tornado issue in central North Carolina. So a tornado warning for portions of Alamance and Orange counties until 7:45. And this is a pretty well organized discrete cell. So again, in the process of moving through Burlington, crossing over Highway 70, crossing over Interstate 40, ultimately moving towards Graham, Swepsonville. But again, these polygons are fanning out to allow for room for error. So that's why you see cities like Hillsborough, Eflin, and Chapel Hill, and Saxapaw, and Belmont, and Alamance in this, just in case a storm wants to jog to the left or to the right of the mean flow. Alright, so again, if you're in these cities we're calling out, we want you to be in a good, safe place. I'm going to go to my other radar software, and you can see it's absolute chaos in western North Carolina. You can see severe thunderstorm warnings pretty much all the way from the higher elevations of the state, all the way to the Charlotte metropolitan area. Just numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Some of these have had a history of producing damaging winds that have knocked down trees and power lines. We're seeing numerous reports of trees down with this in Tennessee, Virginia, and North Carolina. So if you're in any of these severe thunderstorm warning polygons, you want to be in a good, safe place. And I tell you what, let me turn the watches off for right now so you can see pretty much just the warnings and statements. And you can see there are flash flood warnings up in Tennessee. So some might come for North Carolina. So that's something to kind of keep your guard up about. And that's a tornado warning in Tennessee. So there you go. And then and some of these severe thunderstorm warnings are for the possibility of damaging straight line winds and some large hail. The tornado warning in Tennessee is for Blount and Monroe counties in Tennessee, so we'll have to watch that just in case a warning may be necessary for North Carolina. So I'll show you it real quickly, and you can see there's the tornado warning in Tennessee, and if it holds together, a warning could be required for North Carolina. Probably parts of Clay County will be in this, as well as the westernmost counties of the Greenville-Spartanburg jurisdiction. They're under a severe thunderstorm warning, so you want to go ahead and be in your safe place for that. But once the tornado warning gets extended, if they decide to extend it, it'll only add to the urgency of being sheltered. So Santee Law, Robbinsville, go ahead and be in your safe place as a course of least regret. That way you'll already be there if the National Weather Service and GSP decides to issue a tornado warning. But again, that's the tornado warning in Tennessee. That's going to move into North Carolina. And again, all the rest of the tornado warnings in North Carolina. You can see a decent chunk of the higher Appalachian is being warned for the possibility of damaging straight line winds. And you can see here clearly warnings are out for a decent chunk of the Piedmont of North Carolina, including the Charlotte metro area. Basically, in terms of Charlotte, basically from Midtown points north and west, basically where the airport is at, the Charlotte Douglas Airport. I want to say the southeasternmost part of the polygon is at the campus of the University of North Carolina in Charlotte. So I'm going to call that as a course of least regret. But downtown Charlotte, the Charlotte Douglas Airport, UNC Charlotte points north and west. Y'all are in a severe thunderstorm warning, and you need to be in a good, safe place. But those are the places under the gun right now in western North Carolina. Let's go back to our other radar software, and there's your tornado warning for portions of Alamance and Orange counties. Again, this is the only tornado warning in North Carolina. Again, we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, but we have just the one tornado warning. And you can see the supercell. It's starting to behave like it's been behaving like a supercell. I keep calling it a discrete cell, and it is. But you can see it has the elements of a supercell thunderstorm. You got your hook echo, you got your inflow notch, and if there's a tornado, it's heading into downtown Graham right now. So again, basically from Burlington, Green Level to the south and east, that's where you want to be in a safe place. as far east as Hillsborough, as far southeast as Chapel Hill, places like Saxophal, Swepsonville, Alamance, and Belmont. You want to be in a safe place, as well as Green Level, Woodlawn, and Mebane. Again, we do not want any traveling on Highway 70 or Interstate 40 between Hillsborough and Whitsett. Just pull off at the nearest gas station, stop at a restaurant, a convenience store, a fast food place, grocery store, pharmacy, any building that can serve as a shelter, and just wait this thing out until the storm passes or weakens, whichever comes first. Let's look at the velocity, and there's your rotation moving over Burlington, and basically looks like it might split the difference between Graham and Haw River. But there's your rotation. And it looks like we're seeing two rotations. Sometimes with supercells you can get a bit of a handoff where one rotation fades and another one forms in its place, and it looks like that's what we're seeing with this one. So again, Haw River, Graham, Burlington, rotations are over you, and we'll watch as it progresses to the south and east. Let's look at the correlation coefficient, and nothing really to resemble debris being lofted at this present moment. But we'll watch that as it continues to make its trek to the south and to the east. Right now, they're only warning for the tornado threat, but we'll check the echo tops real quick. And it's 52,000 feet, so a bit of an overshoot there on the cloud tops. So this is an indication that this is, if anything, a very strong thunderstorm. Vertically integrated liquid, about 47 kilograms per square meter, so could conceivably be some hail with this, but the National Weather Service believes that the big player in town looks to be the tornado. So again, basically Highway 70, Woodlawn, Green Level, point south. That's where the danger is, and that's where you need to be in a safe place. And that's the situation where you got to call somebody and let them know that they are getting ready to face a tornado warning storm, and they need to be in a good, safe place. So, again, this is the only tornado warning on the board right now. Don't forget, we have the new severe thunderstorm watch for portions of central and eastern North Carolina. So, there's that to take under consideration as well. So, if you're in central North Carolina, you got the severe thunderstorm watch. And the severe thunderstorm watch will go on till 1 a.m. So, this will be a nighttime event, guys. So, if you're in central North Carolina, this will likely be a case where you might have a severe thunderstorm warning wake you up. And this is why I preach for weather radios in everybody's home, because with a weather radio in everybody's home, the weather radio will wake you up if you're in any danger whatsoever, and that weather radio will alert you to the danger. You can take a look and see if you're in the polygon or not, and if you are, you can take your family and your friends and go to a safe place. So that's where we stand currently. We have just one tornado warning on the board. We have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in western North Carolina. So we'll occasionally visit them, but the big story will be the tornado warning in central North Carolina. So let's go to my other radar software. And there you go. There's your tornado warning. for portions of Alamance and Orange counties. And again, this is including some pretty big, sizable population centers. So this is when businesses and schools and facilities and campuses and other parts of the world go through their, well, not other parts of the world, excuse me, other places of business go through their tornado precautionary measures. And again, it's moving over to town of Graham. And again, Alamance, Swepsonville, Saxophal, Chapel Hill, Hillsboro, those are the areas that need to be sheltered, as well as Green Level and Nevin. And again, this is for this storm that has, in times past, shown elements of a supercell characteristic. So this has been a very healthy storm at times. And there's your rotation. It's moving over to town of Graham. It's moving over some big population centers. And if it holds together, this is going to move over another big population center. So Chapel Hill, campus of the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill, you still got plenty of time to get to your safe place, but hopefully all the businesses are shutting down, all the schools, all the college, well, the big college campus is UNC Chapel Hill, but UNC Chapel Hill, all the businesses and stuff should be shutting things down temporarily and making your way into your safe place. But again, the rotation is in the process of moving over Graham and eventually make it that southeastward trek throughout more of Alamance County and into Guilford County. So we'll have to continue to watch that over time, and we'll see what the National Weather Service will do with this. Let's go back to my other radar software, because I do want to show you the other storms in progress. All right, here are the other severe thunderstorm warnings in North Carolina. There's still that tornado warning in Tennessee. We're still watching to see what they'll do with it. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Catawba, Lincoln, Iredell, Mecklenburg, and Rowan counties till 7:30. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Rutherford, Lincoln, Mecklenburg, Cleveland, and Gaston counties until 8 o'clock. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Henderson and Polk counties until 8:15. Severe thunderstorm warnings for portions of Transylvania, Henderson, Jackson, and Haywood counties until 7:45. And then we have severe thunderstorm warnings for Macon, Jackson, Swain, and Graham counties until 7:45. And of course, we have this tornado warning in Blount and Monroe counties in Tennessee. Let's look at the rotation with this. This is going to be, and there it is right there. It's pretty high up in the air, so not reflective of what we're seeing on the ground. But for a high altitude, the rotation is there. So this will probably be a case where a warning may be required for a portion of North Carolina. We'll wait and see what the National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg decides to do with the warning. And it looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for portions of Caswell County in North Carolina. That will be until 8:30. So let's go to our other radar software real quick. We'll show that to you real quick. Okay, it hasn't showed up there yet. But let's revisit the tornado warning while we're waiting for that. And you can see Hall River and Graham is where the rotation is over right now. Right there. It's not looking as impressive as it did when it moved over Birmingham. But again, the National Weather Service likes to wait for several volume scans before they make a decision. So again, do not let down on your precautionary measures. If you're in Burlington, Graham, Hall River, Green Level, Nevin, Hillsboro, Chapel Hill, Alamance, Swepsonville, Saxophal, you just need to remain in a safe place. And again, we advise nobody traveling on Interstate 4085 or Highway 70 between Hillsborough and Whitson. Just give this storm time to pass. And once the storm passes and the RFD winds run its course, we'll let you come back out of your shelter and resume getting home from work. We want you to get home in one piece. All right, here's the severe thunderstorm warning for Caswell County. All right, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Caswell County, which will go into effect until 8:30. Yanceyville, the county seat's in the Polygon, and they're warning mostly for the dual threat of damaging winds and large hail. So this will allow for the dual threat of both. If you're in Yanceyville or anywhere within this region, you want to be in a safe place. Again, that is a small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows, in a site-built structure. No cars and no mobile homes until this storm passes. All right. We have a new tornado warning, so let's take a look at it. Let's see. We have a new tornado warning. We're going to have to go to the GSP radar. And here it is. This is the new tornado warning. I told you this might happen, and it's happening. So this is a tornado warning, which will be in effect until 8:15. And this is for the dual threat of damaging winds and large hail. All right, so this is going to be one of those situations in which we're going to have to bounce back and forth between storms, give them equal time, give them as close to equal time in the spotlight as possible. I will say it's worth mentioning, we do have a report of trees down in Basin Creek and Danley Waterwheel Road in Altamahaw in Alamance County. So this storm continues to produce damage as it's moving through portions of Alamance and Orange counties in North Carolina. The warning is still in effect until 7:45. And right now the circulation is in the process of moving south of Interstate 40. So I'm not going to forget about you guys. It's just that it looks like the storm is continuing to progress. But this warning will be in effect for portions of Graham and Swan counties in North Carolina. So here's the polygon, and as I share with you from time to time, respect the polygon. This is the polygon, all right? This will be for places such as Sandlitla and Robbinsville. So if you're in Sandlitla or Robbinsville, you want to be in a safe place, okay? That is a small room on the lowest floor, near the center, and no windows. No cars, no mobile homes, no manufactured homes. We want everybody in a site-built structure. If you can, put on a helmet. And the other thing you can do is help us out. If you know anybody that is in this polygon, call them or text them and let them know they need to be sheltered. We don't want anybody traveling on Highway 129 between anywhere in this polygon. Anywhere in these two counties, if that makes things simpler for y'all. The storm is going to ride parallel to the highway, so obviously we want everybody off the roads. Again, this is also going to cross North Carolina Highway 28 and ultimately North Carolina Highway 143 throughout its journey there. So this is a tornado warning. And again, this is for parts of Swan and Graham counties until 8:15. So let's look at the velocity real quick. And as you can see, there's the rotation right there. You can see that very clearly. Of course, this is kind of in a bit of a radar hole where the beam is high from the radar in Morristown and the radar in Greenville Spartanburg. From both radars, it's just really high up in the altitude. So kind of keep that in your hip pocket. We're not getting a good low-level slice of this. So, and that's why storm spotters are very critical in a situation like this. So, the bottom line is, if you're in Santula or Robbinsville, you want to be in a safe place until the storm passes. All right. They're also warning for the possibility of hail. So let's look at the vertically integrated liquid. And you can see the values are pretty high with this thing. It looks like it's practically, look at that, it's maxed out. Are you kidding me? So definitely some large hail with this. So definitely be sheltered with that. Hail of this magnitude can definitely damage your vehicle. Here's your echo tops, and you can see it's upwards of over 58,000 feet. So very impressive for a storm like this. So with the dual threat of tornadoes, damaging winds, you just want to be in a safe place until this thing passes. So again, Santilla, Robbinsville, be in a safe place. All right, let's go back to the storm in Alamance and Orange counties in North Carolina, okay? We're working 2 right now, and we're going to try our best to give it equal time, to kind of give it as close to equal time as we humanly possibly can, so that everybody is aware of the danger. So here's Alamance County, here's Orange County, and you can see a decent chunk of real estate has been taken out. The storm is not moving as fast as the National Weather Service anticipated. So, there you go. So, Eflin, Hillsborough, Chapel Hill, you've been taken out of the tornado warning. And that's basically a good call. The storm is moving very slowly. The best thing to do is to take out places that don't need to be in the warning anymore. But, again, Swepsonville, Saxophal needs to be in a safe place. Nobody should be traveling on Highway 54 between Graham and Chapel Hill. And nobody should be traveling on Highway 87 between Graham and the Alamance County line. But let's look at the rotation right now. And you can see the rotation is nowhere near as pronounced as it used to be. But remember, the National Weather Service watches this over several volume scans before it makes a final decision on whether to let the warning go or not. But the storm is still rotating. It's spinning like a top. It's broad, but it's spinning like a top in parts of Alamance and Orange counties. Okay, so let's go back to the warning. 4 portions of, let's see, for portions of Swan and Graham counties in North Carolina. You can see Santilla, Robbinsville, you're in the polygon, you need to be sheltered. Okay, again, small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows, site-built structure. Wearing a helmet. And if you know somebody in Santilla or Robbinsville, call them, text them, let them know they need to be sheltered. There's your rotation. Basically moving somewhat parallel to 129. Again, it's crossed Highway 28. So Highway 28 will give you an all clear from this. Next in line will be Highway 143. That moves right through the epicenter of downtown Robbinsville and ultimately joins with Highway 28. So again, Robbinsville, Santilla, be in a safe place. We're going to watch this storm as it crosses Highway 143. And not only Are you going to have to shelter from the tornado threat? You're going to have to shelter from the hail threat. As look at the vertically integrated liquid, it's maxed out. So that's an indication that we could be getting some large hail. So that is going to do a number to your vehicle, needless to say. So if anything, be sheltered from the hail threat, because it looks like this storm is going to try to be a bit of an overachiever in terms of the hail threat. In general, the storm system is basically trying to be an overachiever, and sometimes that happens. And that's why you take all the warnings seriously. And you can see there's several of them in progress right now. You can see there are severe thunderstorm warnings basically from Concord all the way up to Statesville, as well as Salisbury and Faith. You have severe thunderstorm warnings involving Shelby, Gastonia, Charlotte, Lincolnton, and Grover. We have severe thunderstorm warnings for storms that are getting ready to cross the state line and move into South Carolina. Columbus, North Carolina is one of the cities there. We have severe thunderstorm warnings involving places like Brevard and Chloe, Webster and Silva. And we have severe thunderstorm warnings including Bryson City and Franklin. Basically, the cluster of storms is getting ready to move over Franklin. I think Bryson City is okay. And then we got the severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee as it approaches the state line. So we might see Clay and Cherokee counties come under a warning later on down the road. We'll watch and see how it behaves. In fact, Clay and portions of Clay County might come under a tornado warning if this circulation manages to hold together. But again, for the moment, Santilla, Robbinsville being a safe place for the dual threat of tornadoes and large hail. Again, there's your circulation. It's going to move somewhat parallel to Highway 129. And keep in mind, this radar beam is going pretty high in the sky, so the circulation may be a little bit tilted. So if you're anywhere in this polygon, you want to be sheltered. Again, Santilla, Robbinsville, be sheltered until this storm passes. All right, so that's the tornado warning there. Let's go to the warning in Alamance and Orange County. And there's the polygon. You can see Swepsonville, Saxophal needs to be sheltered. We want nobody traveling on Highway 54 between Graham and Chapel Hill. Give this storm time to pass or weaken, whichever comes first. Again, we want nobody traveling on Highway 87 between Graham and the Alamance County line. So this is a storm which is prompting the warning. There's your velocity couplet. You can see that it's been coming and going. There have been times where it's broadened out a bit, and then there are times where it re-strengthens, and it looks like they're canceling the warning. Okay, they're going to let it expire at 7:45, so the news is good there, and they're going to replace it with a severe thunderstorm warning. I think that's the right call, given the way the circulation has been acting. It's been coming and going, and it looks like it's gone long enough for the National Weather Service to just go with a severe thunderstorm warning. And the severe thunderstorm warning is going to include portions of Alamance, Orange, Wake, Chatham, and Durham counties until 8:30. And this will include, again, Swepsonville, Saxophal, basically Interstate 40 and points south and east. So, basically Swepsonville, Saxophal, Chapel Hill, again, UNC Chapel Hill, Fearington, Bynum, Pittsboro, Haywood, Morrisville, Cary, and Apex. and even places as far east as, actually, I think Eflin and Hillsboro are in good shape. I think this is all going to be south of you. So for Interstate 40 and points north, I'm going to give you an all clear. But south of Interstate 40, that's where the danger is at. So again, Chapel Hill, Saxa Falls, Swepsonville, UNC Chapel Hill, Fearington, Morrisville, Cary. Southeastern portion of the polygon extends to the Sharon Harris area. Fearington, Bynum, Pittsboro, and Haywood. Those are the areas where you want to be in a safe place. Again, this has had a history of producing wind damage. So we want you to treat this severe thunderstorm warning like a tornado warning and be in a safe place. I know for Chapel Hill, you're having to go right back to your safe place, but that's just the right thing to do. So let's go back to the other warning in western North Carolina. So we're now working one storm, and it is this one. And that's the tornado warning for portions of Graham and Swan counties in North Carolina. Okay? This warning is in effect until 8:15. So again, the circulation is in the process of moving close to the towns of Santala and Robbinsville. Okay, this is running parallel to Highway 129. Again, we've cleared Highway 28 and points north. This is no longer a concern for you. Right now, it's getting ready to begin the process of crossing over Highway 143 near or maybe a little bit to the west of Robbinsville. But still, if you're in Santala or Robbinsville, be in a safe place, okay? That is a small room on the lowest floor, near a center, no windows. If you can, put on a helmet. And if you know somebody that's in the polygon, be sure to call them or text them and let them know they need to be in a safe place, okay? I've got it up on the other radar software. This is the tornado warning. Again, Robbinsville is here. It's actually a lake. I thought it was a subdivision. Lake Santala is there. And those are the areas that are in danger right now. This is from the perspective of the Knoxville, Tennessee radar. And you can see from the Knoxville, Tennessee perspective, it looks like the big threat is shifting back to damaging winds. So, not really a big tornado threat by the looks of it, but probably more than likely a damaging wind threat. Now, that alone is a problem. So, Lake Santala and Robbinsville still needs to be sheltered. Number one, because of the tornado warning. Number two, because of the large hail threat. And number three, because this could produce some damaging winds that could knock down trees and power lines. The echo tops are still very, very impressive. We're seeing clouds reach up to 57,000 feet, which is impressive even for a summer storm. And you can see on the vertically integrated liquid from the perspective of Knoxville radar, it's about 45 kilograms per square meter. From the perspective of Greenville-Spartanburg, it's practically off the charts, but from Knoxville's perspective, it's not as high. So, judging from the low-level slices, I don't think the storm is as impressive as it was before. So, the good news is this might phase back into being a damaging wind threat. So, again, if you're in Santala, Lake Santala, or Robbinsville, you want to be in a safe place. And again, we don't want anybody traveling on Highway 129 between where it splits off of where it breaks, where the three-way stop at Highway 28 is, all the way to the county line. Basically, nowhere in the county would we advise traveling on 128. By the same token, we don't want anybody traveling on 143 anywhere in this polygon. Remember, the rule of thumb is at the nearest exit, find a gas station, restaurant, convenience store, and just camp out there until the storm passes. So here's your velocity, and you can see clearly that, there's still some rotation, knock on wood, but nowhere near where it was. So the news is better there. We're not seeing any CC drops, but the echo tops continue to be impressive. The VIL values continue to be very tolerable. Of course, we're getting the lower level slices because we're using the Knoxville radar. So it looks like lower down, closer to the ground, it looks like we're still getting some respectable levels. So again, this is the only tornado warning on the board. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings. When does this sucker expire? 8:15. It's currently 7:47. And again, there's your tornado warning intent. There's your tornado warning. This is your severe thunderstorm warning. And we're going to watch that one just in case Clay and Cherokee counties come under fire. And don't forget, there's your severe thunderstorm warnings. We got one for Caswell County. We got one for Alamance, Orange, Wake, and Chatham and Durham counties. We've got one for parts of Caribous, Catawba, Davie, Lincoln, Iredell, Mecklenburg, and Rowan counties. We've got one for portions of Rutherford, Lincoln, Mecklenburg, Cleveland, and Gaston counties. We've got one for parts of Henderson and Polk counties. And we've got one for parts of Transylvania and Jackson counties. So I'll be right back. I got to do something real quick, and then I'll be right back. Just remember, if you're in this polygon, be sheltered. I'll be right back. All right, if you're just joining us, we're coming up on 7:49. We have a tornado warning in North Carolina. This is for portions of Grand and Swan counties in North Carolina. This will include mostly Santala, Lake Santala, and Robbinsville. It's running somewhat parallel to Highway 129. So needless to say, nobody should be traveling on Highway 129 anywhere in this polygon, basically from the 28-129 split all the way to the county line. And of course, we've got some smaller, lesser known highways in the polygon as well. But no matter where you're at, we don't want anybody driving. This is Highway 19. This goes south of Robbinsville. And of course, we got some of the smaller highways that are in this polygon as well. Let's look at the velocity, and as you can see, the rotation has been coming and going. Right now, it's crossing over the lake if there's any rotation left, and we'll see how it behaves as it moves to the south and to the east. So again, Santala, Lake Santala, Robbinsville, you want to be in a good, safe place until the storm passes. And again, this is the only tornado warning on the board. We've had to deal with tornado warnings off and on for a couple of hours. And don't forget, we have other severe thunderstorm warnings that are on the board even a couple of flash flood warnings across the state line in Tennessee. And then, of course, a severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee that we'll have to watch just in case it decides to cross the border into North Carolina. But you can see there are numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, and we got a new one. This will be for portions of Alamance, Person, Orange, Granville, Wake, and Durham counties in North Carolina. So it looks like things are rocking and rolling in central North Carolina. And that one will include Durham. So if you have any friends or family in Duke University, you want to let them know to be sheltered as the storms are progressing through central North Carolina. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings in the Piedmont and the higher elevations of North Carolina. Some of them are in the process of crossing over into South Carolina. We've got one for parts of Cabarrus, Catawba, Davie, Lincoln, Iredell, Mecklenburg, and Rowan counties until 8:15. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Rutherford, Lincoln, Mecklenburg, Cleveland, and Gaston counties. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Polk County in North Carolina that's getting ready to cross the border. Severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Transylvania and Gaston counties in North Carolina. And we have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Mason and Jackson counties for a storm getting ready to cross over into the Triple Point, where North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia all come together. And it looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning by the looks of it. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Macon and Jackson and Swain counties in North Carolina until 8:45. So there's that one as well. And again, the big story will be the damaging straight line winds. Okay? The tornado threat looks to be isolated, although these storms are trying to overperform in that sense. But we'll see the end result of everything. But there's your severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee. We'll see if it crosses over into Cherokee and Clay counties in North Carolina. And this is the severe thunderstorm, this is the tornado warning rather, that's in Graham and Swan counties. And you can see no real tight, real pronounced area of rotation at the moment. Judging by the lower level slice of the Knoxville radar, for a while we were looking at this from the perspective of Greenville, Spartanburg, but we're looking at it now from the perspective of Knoxville. And judging from Knoxville's perspective, it's basically very, very noisy at the moment. It looks like the big player in town is going to be damaging straight line winds, but that alone has been a big, big problem today. We've seen instances in Virginia, Tennessee, and North Carolina where the damaging straight line winds have been sufficient enough to knock down trees and power lines. So, for that reason, we just want you to be sheltered, if anything, for the damaging straight line winds in Santola and Robbinsville. So again, this is a tornado warning for portions of Graham and Swain counties in North Carolina, and this will be in effect until 8:15. Currently, it is 7:55, and we'll see how these storms behave as they progress further into the westernmost parts of North Carolina. All right, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This will be a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Cherokee and Clay counties in North Carolina until 9 o'clock. So it looks like what the National Weather Service in Knoxville, Tennessee is going to do. The National Weather Service in Morristown, Tennessee. I'm sorry. The radar is in Knoxville. But what they're going to do is they're going to let this thing ride as a severe thunderstorm warning, which I think that's a great call. They're There's really nothing resembling a tornado at this point, but we're still looking at the possibility of damaging straight line winds and conceivably some large hail. Let's look at the echo tops real quick, and you can see they're still very impressive. We're looking at 52, 53, even 54,000 feet in spots, which is very impressive. The vertically integrated liquid values have come down with this, down to about 36 kilograms per square meter. So, not as big of a hail threat as before, but it's still a very present danger. So we'll see how this storm behaves as it progresses south and eastward. Actually, it has it moving due south. So it looks like these storms are gaining a southward component of motion as they progress. So we're seeing these storms becoming, if you will, more right-turning storms, turning to the right of the mean flow as it wraps around this big dome of high pressure that is well off to our west. That's really baking parts of the central U.S. But with these storm systems rotating around that big heat dome, we're getting these chances of strong to severe storms. But I will say this, when this frontal boundary gets through, the temperatures are going to drop. The temperatures and the humidity is going to drop. It won't be as low as it was a few days ago, but you're going to feel the difference. I mean, you felt the mugginess of everything today, but tomorrow you're going to really, really feel the difference. All right, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, okay? This is a severe thunderstorm warning. This will be for portions of Lincoln, Mecklenburg, Cleveland, and Gaston counties in North Carolina. This will include the Charlotte metro area. You can see Charlotte is here. This will include the Carowinds theme park. So, for those of you that are at Carowinds, you want to suspend the rides, suspend the activities, and bring everybody into a nearby site-built structure. I don't know what a site-built structure would. I don't remember where the site-built structures are in Carowinds. It's been years and years since I've been. But the bottom line is suspend all the rides, suspend all the activities, and bring everybody into a site-built structure. Given that this has had a history of producing damaging winds, it would be best if you take precautions as if you're under a tornado warning. So again, if you're in Charlotte, if you're at the airport, if you're at Carowinds, or if you're anywhere in this polygon, you want to be in a good, safe place. This is going to ride all the way into South Carolina. So it's going to cross the state border at some point. So we definitely want people in far northern South Carolina to take this thing seriously. We don't want anybody traveling on Interstate 85. So again, Charlotte, the airport is here. Again, Carowinds is right off of Interstate 77 at the state line. So everybody there just needs to be in a safe place. Okay, we have a new tornado warning. So the National Weather Service is going to take the course of least regret. Okay, we have a new tornado warning. This will be for portions of Cherokee and Clay counties in North Carolina. So here we go. The rotation didn't look as impressive as it used to, but the National Weather Service believes as a precautionary measure to post this tornado warning. Okay? So here's the velocity, and I'm guessing they're warning for this. That has just crossed the border, just to the north of Andrews. And if we have to, we'll look at it from the perspective of GSP like we did 20 minutes ago. But there's we believe the rotation based off of this radar site is just to the north of Andrews. But again, if you're in Andrews, we want you to be in a safe place. And again, nobody should be traveling on Highway 19. Basically, anywhere here in Cherokee County, if it makes anything simpler. Of course, with the severe thunderstorm warning, we definitely don't want anybody in a car. So basically, anywhere in Cherokee County, pretty much, we don't want anybody traveling on Highway 19. But it's going to move over Andrews. Andrews is here. And then it's going to cross the county line into Clay County. We don't see a lot of cities pop up in Clay County. In the bulletin, it mentions the town of Tusquety. So if you're in Tusquety, you want to be in a safe place as well. And again, to give you a refresher, that is a small room, like a hall closet bathroom, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows, no cars and no mobile homes. We want everybody in a site-built structure, wearing a helmet, in your safe place. And again, if you know anybody in Andrews, if you know anybody in this very sparsely part of Clay County, call them or text them and let them know they need to be sheltered. We're not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient, anything to resemble debris being lofted. And again, the rotation just isn't the best in the world. But based on the history of tree damage that this storm system has done, the National Weather Service believed that the best course of action is to post a tornado warning. So respect the polygon and be in a safe place. That's basically all I've got to say about this. But it looks like there are two areas of rotation, judging from this latest scan. There's one south of Andrews, and there's one near Andrews that the National Weather Service is identifying. But we'll continue to watch it. It's very noisy at the moment, but we'll continue to keep an eye on things as time wears on, and we'll see what the National Weather Service will do with that. Okay, we have a new tornado warning. This has just come through the wire. This one will require for us to go to the National Weather Service next right in Raleigh. Okay? So that's where we're going to go. And again, we're working two storms. So we will try to give these equal time, or as close to equal time as possible. Okay? But this is what they're warning for. This was the storm that was severe warned in Caswell County. The one that was tornado warned near Burlington, it's right down here. And there are times where it still exhibited signs of rotation, and it still is. The latest scan is showing some good rotation with this as it's moving towards Chapel Hill. So we'll have to watch this. But here's the storm that's showing rotation up here. You can see that on the normalized rotation and the storm relative velocity. And for the most part, this is going to be for sparsely populated parts of these counties. Okay, so this is in the process of crossing the border into Orange County. And you can see it's crossing Highway 49. Ultimately, it will come across Highway 86. And then near the intersection where 57 and 157 come together, and ultimately 501. Rougemont is in this. Bahama is in this. So if you're in Rougemont or Bahama, we want you to go to your safe place. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. If you're able to, put on a helmet. And we want you to have hard-soled shoes and portable air horns in the event you need it later. So if you know anybody in Rougemont or Bahama, call them or text them and let them know they need to be sheltered. This will include a couple of the streams, North Fork and South Fork, so it could cross over some of these streams and become water spouts. So we'll have to watch for that possibility as well. And obviously, nobody should be on the creeks. Nobody should be traveling on Highway 49, Highway 86, Highway 157, Highway 57, or on Highway 501 within this region. So we're back to having two storms that we're watching for tornadic activity. We're going to give them both as close to equal time as we possibly can. I'm going to pull up my other radar software so it can be a little bit easier for me to bounce back and forth. So here we go. We have had tornado warned storms galore today. And we're continuing to see tornado warned storms on the board. Okay? And alright, let's go to my other radar software and I'll show you the other tornado warned storms on the board. Okay? And there you go. And it looks like the storm is moving out of, and this is from the perspective of Greenville, Spartanburg, to make things perfectly clear. This is basically out of this is basically into Cherokee and Clay counties in North Carolina. It's moving out of Swan and Graham counties into Cherokee and Clay counties. So, and it looks like we have a new tornado warning. Oh yeah, for portions of Macon County in North Carolina. So we'll have to look at this one. Okay, here's the new tornado warning. Okay, here we go. And I'm guessing they're warning for this rotation right here. You can see that very clearly there on radar. And you can see basically this is for places south of Franklin. Obviously, nobody should be traveling on Highway 23 between Franklin and Tiger, Georgia. Again, at the nearest exit, go to the nearest gas station, restaurant, or convenience store. You might have a Highlands mailing address and you're in this, but in terms of downtown Highlands, you're not. But basically, this is places south of Franklin. Downtown Franklin, you're in good shape, but it's south of there where we are basically advising people to be sheltered. Let me check on something real quick. Yep, it's moved exclusively into Cherokee and Clay counties. The ones for Swan and Graham will expire at its 8:15 time. Alright, I just wanted to check that to make sure. Okay, so again, we're down to this storm that is in Macon County, North Carolina. So again, south of Franklin is where you need to be sheltered. This is going to cross Highway 23, so nobody should be traveling there. And eventually this will cross over into Georgia and no longer pose a problem for North Carolina. Let's look at reflectivity, and you can tell reflectivity doesn't really tell the story. Vertically integrated liquid. I'm not seeing anything of any dire consequence. Let's look at echotops. And I'm not seeing anything. Is radar having issues or something? All right, let's go to this other warning. Let's look at the Cherokee-Clay County situation. Okay, so here we are. This is for a storm moving over Andrews. So let's look at the velocity. And it's kind of noisy right now, but oh, there's the rotation right here, and it looks like they've issued a new tornado warning for more of Clay County. All right, so we have a new tornado warning, and again, this warning is going to be off the board in 3 minutes. So if you're in Robbinsville and the lake, you've got no more tornado issues. The tornado issues are down here, and it looks like it's moving, and it looks like the storm is kind of pivoting and kind of making some moves and having the case where we're getting multiple circulations with this. So the National Weather Service is kind of having to pivot along and issue a tornado warning for the rest of Clay County. So there you go. So Andrews, be sheltered. Hayesville, be sheltered. Basically, from Highway 129 and Andrews south, you want to be in a good, safe place. Again, no cars and no mobile homes. We don't want anybody traveling on Highway 64. Anywhere in Clay County, if that makes things easy enough. But again, the big cities I'm seeing in this polygon are Hayesville and Andrews. So you want to be in a safe place if you're in either of those towns. Again, that is a small room on the lowest floor near the center of the home and no windows. If you can, put on a helmet, a bicycle helmet, a batting helmet, a motorcycle helmet, football helmet. And if you know anybody in any of these two polygons, call them or text them and let them know they need to be sheltered. All right? Let's go back to this tornado warning for Macon County. If there is any rotation, it's probably right there, pretty much sitting on Highway 23. Again, if you're in downtown Franklin, you're in good shape. Again, downtown Highlands is not in this, but you may have a Highlands mailing address, and you are. This is ultimately going to cross the state border near Sky Valley and pass into basically the northeastern tip of Georgia. This is probably going to pass maybe about 7 or 8 miles to the west of the triple point where the Carolinas and Georgia come together. So very soon this will no longer be a North Carolina problem. So if you live pretty much at the state line in this polygon, you want to be in a safe place. Again, if you know anybody across the state line like Sky Valley, Dillard, Mountain City, or Clayton, you want to call them or text them, and they'll let them know they need to be sheltered. So again, this is a tornado warning for portions of Macon County in North Carolina. So that is western North Carolina. Let's go to my other radar software where I have the tornado warning for portions of Alamance, Durham, and Orange counties in central North Carolina, rather. And you can see we can give Alamance County an all clear from this. Alamance County, no more issues from you. And you can see it's basically over Orange County at this point. And you can see a little bit of a pendant there and like some kind of inflow notch that's getting ready, that's kind of forming there. So it's becoming a little bit healthier. And it looks like a new rotation is forming, and you can see that right there. This is why you don't let the warnings go, because a rotation can come back. All right, so it's basically hugging the southern part of the polygon, so conceivably it might have to be reconfigured. That does happen from time to time. But there's the rotation. It's going to pass, looks like it might just pass south of the creeks But again, nobody should be at the creeks. And again, it's going to cross Highway 86. Nobody should be traveling on 86 between really anywhere in these severe thunderstorm warning polygons. So basically a big broad zone where nobody should be traveling. But especially in this tornado warning polygon, we don't want anybody traveling. Nobody should be traveling on Highway 57, Highway 157, or on US 501. And again, if you're in Rougemont or Bahamas, you want to be in a safe place. Again, small room, lowest floor, near the center, and no windows. No cars, no mobile homes, no manufactured homes. You want to be in a site-built structure wearing a helmet, a bicycle helmet, a batting helmet, motorcycle helmet, and they've reconfigured the warning. Okay? So the National Weather Service has reconfigured the warning where now more of Durham and Orange County is under the gun. And this will basically be, let's say from Duke University north, you're in this. So you can see some areas with the Durham mailing addresses in this, but I'm going to give you a good point of reference. Basically, from Duke University north, you're in this. South of the campus, you should be fine, at least from the tornado threat. Everybody should be sheltered for the severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning just adds to the urgency of the matter. And this is the circulation they're warning for right here. And you can see Efland is in this. Hillsborough is in this. So I know you've had to go through your precautionary measures and you're having to go back and do it again. Well, go back and do it again. So I hate it has to be that way, but sometimes it is that way. But there's your circulation. It's going to pass maybe a couple of miles north of Efland and a couple of miles north of Hillsborough. But again, you're in the polygon. So if you're in the polygon, you want to be sheltered. Again, that is a small room on the lowest floor near the center, away from windows, helmet on, in a site-built structure. Of course, we want you to have portable air horns and hard-soled shoes. In the event you need it down the road. And you also want to call or text anybody that is in the tornado warning polygon. So, again, the rotation is right here. Let's look at the correlation coefficient product. And as you can see, there's nothing really, just some radar contamination. But nothing that would suggest debris being lofted at this present moment. So, we'll continue to keep an eye on this, but this has become a bit of a right-turning storm, and because of that, the National Weather Service has somewhat reconfigured the danger zone. So there's that, and in general, you have severe thunderstorm warnings. Basically, from an area from basically north of Longhurst down to Hurdle Mills, down to Nebben. Well, not Nebben. Basically to the north and to the east of Nebben. There we go. The polygons have been updated. So Longhurst, north of Longhurst, down to Hurdle Mills, to places maybe to the north of Hillsborough, downwards to Chapel Hill, as well as the campus of the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill, and portions of Wake County. This will also include RTU. So if you're at the terminal, you want to be sheltered from these strong to severe storms that are producing tornadoes. We have a flash flood warning in central North Carolina. So let's look at this real quick. This is a flash flood warning for portions of Durham and Orange counties in central North Carolina until 11:15. This is for storms and showers that have been really training over some of the same areas. So, And keep in mind, flash flooding is more of a long-term event. So I know the precautionary preparedness actions can be a trifle confusing, but keep in mind, flash flooding is a long-term issue. So once the storm's passed, you can go ahead and take your flash flood warning measures and go ahead and put them in place. And this will include Chapel Hill and the campus of the University of Chapel Hill. Flash flood warning will also include Durham and the campus of Duke University. So if you're able to hold off on driving for the next few hours, definitely be sure and do so. But if you can't, just remember the deal. Don't be a knucklehead. Turn around, don't drown, stay away, or be swept away. We've had loss of life from flash flooding before. We do not want to have that tonight. So again, flash flood warning for portions of Durham and Orange counties until 11:15. We got the severe thunderstorm warning for storms from north of Longhurst all the way down to Chapel Hill. And then we have these 2 tornado warnings for portions of Alamance and Durham counties. Let's go to the other radar software. Let's check on our friends in western North Carolina. Here is the tornado warning for portions of Macon County in North Carolina, and you can see this storm is basically in the process of crossing North Carolina and heading into Georgia. So very soon Macon County will be taken out of the tornado warning. Right now the danger is moving over Sky Valley. So if you're in Sky Valley, we want you to be in a safe place for about 5 to 10 more minutes. Very soon, this will be an exclusively Georgia problem. So the news is going to be better for Macon County very soon, in the sense that there will no longer be a tornado warning for portions of Macon County. And within the next 5 to 10 minutes, we'll be able to give Macon County an all clear from this, as this storm will exclusively be in Macon, Georgia. Not Macon, Georgia, in Rabun County in Georgia. So, again, if you're in Dillard, Mountain City, Clayton, be sheltered. All right, let's go to this warning. This is a tornado warning for portions of Clay County. Again, we can clear Andrews and Highway 129. You're no longer endangered from this. But right now, the danger looks to be close to Hayesville in Clay County, Georgia. You can see the rotation is fairly broad. That is not a classic tornado signature. But the National Weather Service, as usual, doing it right. Waiting for several volume scans to make sure that it doesn't re-energize itself, and ultimately it's going to cross over into Georgia, and eventually it won't be a North Carolina problem much anymore. So we'll continue to watch this with due diligence. Again, if you are in Hayesville, be sheltered. Again, nobody should be traveling on Highway 64, and we'll see how it behaves in Georgia. And it looks like the National Weather Service is going ahead and going with a severe thunderstorm warning across the state line, which I think is a good call. So eventually, that tornado warning will be off the board in a few minutes. And it looks like they've canceled the warning for Macon County in North Carolina. So, and I'll shoot straight with you, that was not a classic tornado signature there either. I'll show you the velocity one more time. The rotation is very broad there. So I think that was the right decision in canceling the tornado warning, but they're going to keep the severe thunderstorm warnings up, and there's a decent chance those warnings will be issued downstream along the South Carolina-Georgia line. So if you're in places even as far south as Tallulah Falls in Georgia. Tallulah Falls, I don't know if it's in Georgia or South Carolina. I'm not very well versed in South Carolina or Georgia geography, but if you're in Tallulah Falls, kind of listen carefully for a warning and be prepared to be in a safe place if one is needed. There's another severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Cherokee County in the southwesternmost part of North Carolina, so there's that as well. Basically, this cluster has pretty much been inundated with severe thunderstorm warnings. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning for places at the this one I definitely know is South Carolina, but for places at the North South Carolina line, including the Charlotte Metro, including the Charlotte Douglas Airport, the Polygon clips the campus of UNC Charlotte. This will include Matthews, Pineville. This will include Carowinds, just off of Interstate 77. Again, all the rides and all the attractions should be suspended, and everybody should be in nearby site-built structures to kind of wait this thing out until the storm passes. So hopefully everything is stopped at Carowinds. I know it's a big popular attraction this time of year, so hopefully everything is stopped there at Carowinds and everybody is in a good, safe place there. But that's your severe thunderstorm warning. We'll see how it behaves, and we'll see. In terms of North Carolina, we'll have to see if Union County will need to be warned, and we'll see how that will go. Let's go to this tornado warning one more time before we go back to Central North Carolina. And basically, the danger is basically along Highway 64. That's basically where the danger is at, and really there's no clear-cut area of rotation to speak of here. This is probably more resembling of strong straight-line winds than a tornado, but even that is a problem. And we've been trying to shelter people for severe thunderstorm warnings because we've had a history of trees and power lines coming down. And for that reason, we just want you to take tornado precautions in a severe thunderstorm warn polygon. Looks like we have a new tornado warning. I'll have to query that real quick. Give me a sec. Okay, this is for the southwesternmost tip of North Carolina in Cherokee County. So we will have to keep an eye on this one. Okay? And I tell you what, let's go to the Knoxville radar. So this is a tornado warning. This is going to be for portions of Cherokee County. And you can see the rotation right there. And you can see this includes basically the southwesternmost tip of Cherokee County. This is for a storm coming out of Tennessee. And this is going to pass close to the triple point where North Carolina, Georgia, and Tennessee all come together. So this will be a tornado warning for portions of Cherokee County in North Carolina. Basically, around where Highway 64 is at. This is Highway 294. This goes into Georgia and this goes into Tennessee rather and becomes Tennessee Highway 68. And this is Highway 64. This is one of the west-east furloughs of North Carolina. So, needless to say, nobody should be traveling on Georgia Highway 68. And nobody should be traveling on Highway 64. Really anywhere in Cherokee County or Clay County in North Carolina, if that makes things simple enough. So there's the rotation in question, and you can see this is going to cross Highway 68 and ultimately Highway 64. This might graze the southwestern tip of North Carolina, again at the triple point where North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia all come together. But still, as a course of least regret, if you're in that tiny, tiny little tip, and it's very tiny, we're looking at maybe at the very most, maybe a couple of hundred people that live here, but we'll take care of all of you. Even if you live in the middle of scenic nowhere, we'll take care of you. Every human life is precious. So if you're in that small little tip of Cherokee County, we want you in a safe place. Again, that is not a car. And again, that's not a mobile home. Site-built structure, small room, hall, closet, bathroom, lowest floor, near the center, and away from windows. No cars, no mobile homes, wearing a helmet. And we'll see how the rotation behaves as it progresses. Let's look at this tornado warning one more time. And you can see the rotation, if there's any. Let's look at the reflectivity first. And you can see it's raining in Hayesville, and you can see there's this big severe thunderstorm warning. And if there's any tornado issue at all, probably over Highway 64 maybe. Yeah, basically maybe over Hayesville and over Highway 64. It's very broad at the moment. Nothing resembling a tornado signature at this present moment. There looks maybe to be two. But we'll see how the storm behaves as it continues to progress to the south. And if we have to, we'll bounce back and forth between radars. You can see a decent chunk of Georgia in a severe thunderstorm warning, and I think that's a good call. That will give people there plenty of time to get to a safe place. Let's go back to central North Carolina. All right, so let's go back there. And there's your warning in central North Carolina. You can see Durham and Orange counties under the gun. And again, storm doesn't look that organized on reflectivity. And the velocity has it looking very broad at the moment. So not a very clear-cut tornado signature. And the rotation is a bit on the weak side. Right now it's moving over Hillsboro, and it's looking to basically be in this southern polygon more so than this northern one. So that's the way it looks right now. But again, from Duke University north all the way to Bahama and Rougemont, you want to be in a safe place. Nobody should be traveling on Highway 501. It's in the process of crossing Highway 86. So we'll be able to clear that in about 10 or 15 minutes. And then again, nobody should be traveling on Highway 57 or 157 as this cluster of strong to severe storms capable of producing a tornado. And really, the big danger looks to be in the southernmost polygon, but still, respect the polygon, be in a safe place. For Person County, the news is better. They have taken Person County out of the tornado warning. I mean, the severe thunderstorm warning, I'm sorry. So they have taken Person County out. And it looks like they have taken Oxford County out of the severe thunderstorm. Well, they've taken the city of Oxford out of the severe thunderstorm warning. There's still a portion of Granville County under the gun. And you can see we have new severe thunderstorm warnings as well. But again, the southernmost part of Granville County under the gun. We've got portions of Wake County, Alamance, Orange, Granville, Wake, Chatham, Durham, and Franklin counties until 9:45. This will include downtown Raleigh. This will include the National Weather Service office. And this will include the campus of North Carolina State. So, NC State, Um, the National Weather Service office, Beltline, Crabtree Valley Creek, Crabtree Valley Mall, Cary, Sharon Harris, the airport, Morrisville, Chapel Hill, UNC Chapel Hill, Durham, Duke University, Wake Forest, Youngsville, Lewisburg, STEM, Creedmoor. Those are the areas under the gun right now, and those are the areas where you need to be in a good, safe place until these storms pass or weaken, whichever comes first. In these severe thunderstorm warned polygons, we're not seeing any clear-cut areas of tight rotation. It looks like the big player in town will be the damaging straight-line winds, but still, you want to be in a safe place until these storms pass. So, definitely take all these severe thunderstorm warnings very seriously, and don't forget, we have a flash flood warning for portions of Durham and Orange counties until 11:15. So, and these flash flood warnings include some big population centers, as well as the campus of Duke and the campus of UNC Chapel Hill. So, if you're commuting to and from college, you know the deal. Turn around, don't drown, stay away or be swept away. You can see Falls Lake is in this polygon as well, the severe thunderstorm warning polygon. I want to say Jordan Lake is in this as well. So some big lake reservoirs are going to get some glug today. So I know some of y'all are praying for this drought to be over, and it looks like you're getting some relief one way or another. So Falls Lake, Jordan Lake, those places are going to get some glug today. Granted, it's coming down a lot at one time, but they're getting it. And you can see they've canceled the northernmost tornado warning. I would still be sheltered for the severe thunderstorm warning, but the news is better upwards in Rougemont and Bahama. But Hillsborough all the way down to Gorman, German, and places along and north of Duke University, y'all are under the gun for the tornado warning, and it looks like this has become I'll shoot straight with you. I think the way it's acting, it's becoming a bit of a right-turning storm. So we'll have to keep that in mind. And it looks like they've canceled the warning. They have canceled the tornado warning. Oh, by the way, one more thing to note. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Halifax County. That was issued minutes ago by the National Weather Service. So Halifax County, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. And this one has a tornado possible tag. So Halifax, South Weldon, be in a safe place. You know the drill. We're taking severe thunderstorm warnings like tornado warnings, okay? Just be in a safe place. Of course, we have a special marine warning for parts of Albemarle Sound and the Alligator River. That one is in effect until 9:45. But anyway, in terms of Central North Carolina, both tornado warnings have been canceled. So both the northernmost and southernmost warnings have been canceled, and you can see clearly why. The rotation has pretty much washed itself out. So there's no longer a rotation there. The rotation has basically washed itself out. I would still want to be sheltered for that severe thunderstorm warning, okay? These storms have been packing a punch heading into central North Carolina with trees coming down, power lines coming down. So take these severe thunderstorm warnings seriously, be in a safe place until the storms pass. And again, some of the big population centers are in this. Of course, downtown Raleigh is in this. We'll be curious to see how some of the sky cams and webcams in Raleigh are going to behave with this. But the tornado threat is basically gone. All right, the tornado threat is basically gone. So let's go back to the other radar software. Here we go. Western North Carolina. Let's do this. So we have a couple of tornado warnings, and it looks like the storm has moved out of Clay County into northern Georgia. There is a tornado warning in Georgia. Let's see. Yeah, the Clay County warning will expire at 8:45. So it's going to be altogether replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning. Peachtree City has towns in White County in Georgia under a tornado warning. So that's what that is down there. So it looks like, in theory, we are down to this tornado warning in Cherokee County. Now, we'll check on these other severe thunderstorm warned storms right here. But it looks like the big player in town will now be this Cherokee County tornado warned storm. So here you go. Here's the tornado warned storm. And you can see clearly this thing is still in Georgia. This is staying so far to the west of the state line, and you can see the rotation looks pretty good here heading into Ducktown, Georgia. This is Highway 64. This is where we're advising no traveling, but again, this may want to hug the triple point where North Carolina, Georgia, and Tennessee comes together. I don't know why I keep saying Georgia. It's in Tennessee, Ducktown, Tennessee. And we're going to watch as it crosses Highway 64 and possibly hug the triple point where North Carolina, Georgia, and Tennessee all come together. The rotation looks pretty good at the moment. And you can see, goodness, looks like it's getting tight over there. So if you know anybody in Ducktown, Tennessee, give them a call. If you know anybody in McCaysville, give them a call. If you know anybody in the southwesternmost corner of Cherokee County, North Carolina, give them a call and let them know that they are under a tornado warning. The rotation looks very concerning on radar, and we want everybody there to be in a good, safe place. Having to hydrate my vocal cords, but anyway, it looks like, in theory, we are down to one tornado warning in North Carolina. So that's good news. And again, the tornado warning for Orange and Durham counties are going to expire at 8:45. And the one for Clay County is going to expire at 8:45. So again, that's going to leave us with Cherokee County under the gun. And, of course, the other tornado warnings in Georgia. There's the latest scan. You can see the rotation moving over Ducktown. All right, over Ducktown, Tennessee. This is it's about to cross Highway 64. Your time is basically up in terms of finding you a gas station, restaurant, convenience store, grocery store to kind of camp out at until the storm passes. So Ducktown, McCaysville needs to be in a safe place. This warning will be in effect until 9 o'clock. This will also include Turtletown, Copper Hill, and again, Ducktown and McCaysville is in this as well. And really, the only other tornado warning is in Georgia, and that's serviced by the National Weather Service jurisdiction in Peachtree City. So, we're seeing this slowly, in terms of western North Carolina, become more of a Georgia and South Carolina problem right now. So, there may be a period of time where, in terms of the Piedmont and central North Carolina, we will pretty much just have severe thunderstorm warnings. So the news is better in terms of North Carolina, and we're seeing Western North Carolina get a break, and Central and Eastern North Carolina starting to get the action. Okay? So we'll come back to this. Don't forget that southwestern-most tip of Cherokee County needs to be in a good, safe place. And again, if you know somebody there, don't hesitate. Call them or text them and let them know they need to be sheltered. So here are the severe thunderstorm warnings in the Triangle. And you can see this is a very messy, really, I'll shoot straight with you. This is pretty much junk convection at this point. But within this cluster, there could be some damaging winds, and there could be some hail. And the winds are sufficient enough to knock down trees and power lines, and that's why we're encouraging everybody to be sheltered and to not be in cars or mobile homes, but in a site-built structure until these storms pass. So it looks like Alamance County is completely out. And it looks like at the very most, the easternmost fringes of Orange County, and you can see Durham is still in this. Raleigh is still in this. Morrisville, Cary, New Hope, Knightdale, Waddell, and Zebulon is in this. And we still got places like Rougemont, Bahama, Stem, Butner, and Creedmoor in this. But I think the worst of it is south of there. And we can pretty much focus on Lewisburg, Franklinton, German, and Point South moving forward from this. So really this cluster here is what's under the gun for the severe thunderstorm warnings. There were tornado warnings here, but they have since been off the board. So if you're sheltering for anything at all, it's for severe thunderstorm warnings. So the news is better here. And don't forget, Halifax County is under a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. This will be for a storm that is exiting Littleton, and ultimately it's going to come into downtown Halifax. So even as far north as Roanoke Rapids, Weldon, Rosemary, Halifax, you want to be in a safe place until this storm passes. There is some broad rotation with this, so we will have to watch just in case we see a tornado warning be necessary for this part of Halifax County. Halifax County was actually under the gun a few days ago. There was a bit of a hook echo that showed up, and it started to rotate, and the National Weather Service issued a tornado warning for it about a week ago. I don't think it verified, but that was a very interesting thing to look at. So it may be the case. It's already the case where you just sheltered last week for a storm, and now you're sheltering tonight for a storm. So very interesting turn of events for you guys in Halifax, but that's summertime weather for you. It looks like they've canceled the warning for the Charlotte Metro, or they've allowed it to expire. Oh yeah, it's expired. So I think what they're doing, and I think this is a good call, the sun is setting, so we're seeing kind of the thermodynamics begin to wane with this. It looks like that they've replaced it with special weather statements, and I think that's the right call. Even though we've had trees down with this, it looks like the storms have weakened. So it looks like they're going to go with special weather statements to replace this. and I think that's just the right decision. So if you're in the Charlotte Metro, if you're at Carowinds, if there's still thunder and lightning, I would still advise you to stay in the site-built structure, but the news is better for you. The news is much, much better for you. If you're in the Charlotte Metro, if you're at the airport, if you're at Carowinds, the news is just better for you. So, better news for you. And don't forget, we have the special marine warning till 9:45 for the Albemarle Sound and the Alligator River. We're starting to see the action begin to shift into central and eastern North Carolina, with the storms in the westernmost part of North Carolina shifting into western South Carolina and Georgia. Let's go there right now. And you can see we still have this one tornado warning in North Carolina. And it looks like the main focus in terms of Cherokee County is pretty much along Highway 64. So once it crosses the triple point, knock on wood, we'll have no tornado warnings in North Carolina. All right? My apologies. I'm having to hydrate my vocal cords. I've been talking off and on for a couple of hours. But sometimes that's the case whenever you have severe weather in your state. But again, along Highway 64, Ducktown and McKaysville, Tennessee, that's where you need to be sheltered. There's the rotation right here. It's in the process of crossing Highway 64. And that's pretty much where the danger is right now. So it's not a lot of population centers left in North Carolina that's under the gun. Reflectivity doesn't look that overly impressive. The VIL is, from the perspective of this radar, pretty much maxed out. Echotops. And look at that, 60,000 feet. Don't see that every day. So that gives you an idea of how strong this thunderstorm is. So between the possibility of large hail and the possibility of a tornado, you just need to be sheltered. And you can see they're looking at hail up to 1.5 inch, ping pong ball sized hail in terms of diameter. And given the VIL and the echotops, that definitely makes perfect sense. This warning is serviced by the National Weather Service in Morristown. And ultimately, it's going to cross into an area serviced by the National Weather Service in Peachtree City. And you can see they have already decided on severe thunderstorm warnings in Georgia, and you can see there are a couple of tornado warnings in Georgia and South Carolina as well. So we'll see. So Georgia is in for a rough ride. Now, at some point, the thermodynamics will weaken to the point to where Georgia won't have to worry about this stuff anymore. But if you're in northern Georgia, definitely be in a safe place, as the storms in western North Carolina are being hand-gifted over to Georgia and South Carolina. So, just a heads up right there. And again, the tornado warning expires in 5 minutes for Cherokee County, which is a good expiration time because it is crossing Highway 64 and getting ready to be handed off into Georgia. And they have decided to just go with a severe thunderstorm warning in Georgia. And I think that's the right decision. So right now, pretty much at the North Carolina, Tennessee state line, near the triple point where it unites with Georgia, passing Highway 64. And again, this is a very, very tiny little sliver of Cherokee County. That's the line of fire. So this is where we stand currently. We only have one tornado warning in North Carolina. We have many, many severe thunderstorm warnings in North Carolina. Well, actually, we're actually down to 2 by the looks of it. We don't have as many as we once did. So that's good news. Well, we only have 2 in central North Carolina. We still have a couple over here. And this one's in Tennessee. This one's in Cherokee County, North Carolina. So in terms of western North Carolina, this looks to be it right here. Right here in Cherokee County. And we're getting ready to hand gift this sucker on to Georgia. And wish them all the positivity there. So let's go back real quickly to central North Carolina as we kind of wrap up coverage, given that Halifax County doesn't become a chaos show. And there's your severe thunderstorm warning. You can see, again, Alamance is taken out, and it's for portions of Orange, Granville, Wake, Chatham, Durham, and Franklin counties until 9:45, and it is all this right here. Where you see the heaviest rain, that's where the action is at. And you can see this is going to be producing some damaging straight line winds, sufficient enough to knock down trees and power lines, and for that, you want to be in a safe place. There's no clear-cut area of rotation to speak of, but again, this is heading over some big population centers, so you want to be in a good, safe place. All right? This is Halifax County. They're under a severe thunderstorm warning as well. The rotation does not look as impressive as it did a couple of scans ago, but again, if you're in Halifax, Welton, South Welton, Roanoke Rapids, South Rosemary, you want to be in a good, safe place until this cluster of storms passes. We will watch for the area of rotation, but this warning will expire at 9:30. There's also a special marine warning, parts of the Albemarle Sound and the Alligator River. So there's that to look at as well. Don't forget, we have a severe thunderstorm watch until 1 a.m. for portions of central and eastern North Carolina. And it looks like western North Carolina is pretty much added a severe thunderstorm watch because it is past 8 o'clock. It's well past 8 o'clock. We're almost at 9 o'clock. So this rotation is getting ready to head into Georgia. So these warnings are going to come off the board in 36 seconds. The National Weather Service did say they're going to allow these warnings to expire. And the worst of it is going to be passing into Georgia. And Georgia is going to have these things down as a severe thunderstorm warning. So in about 20 seconds, we will not have any tornado warnings to speak of. As we just hand gift these suckers down to Georgia, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in far southeastern Tennessee, and that's going to eventually head down into Georgia. But there you go, the warning's off the board, and that tornado warning's in Georgia. We've got one severe storm left in Tennessee. That's going to head down to Georgia. So that's where we stand at currently. I forgot to switch radar sites, but that's okay. We can stick with this one as we wrap up. But here are the severe thunderstorm warnings in central North Carolina. Again, these are the only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings on the board right now. And none of them are showing really clear-cut signs of rotation. We do have a flash flood warning, including Durham and Chapel Hill, as well as Duke University and UNC Chapel Hill. So if you're commuting home from classes, you want to be very, very careful. Remember, the object of the game is to turn around and don't drown. Okay? And we have the special marine warning for the Albemarle Sound and the Alligator River until 9:45 for the possibility of gusty winds and water spouts. So it looks like the focus moving forward in terms of North Carolina severe weather will be shifting to eastern North Carolina. So, or in central North Carolina, central and eastern North Carolina. So the news is better now in the sense that we now have no tornado warnings to speak of for North Carolina. Severe thunderstorm warnings, yes, and take those seriously, but no tornado warnings to speak of in central or eastern North Carolina. So I'm going to let you guys go so I can rest my vocal cords. So everybody have a good day. Stay safe. Pay close attention to severe thunderstorm warnings, okay? But for now, I'm going to let you guys go. Let you get to the rest of your day. Stay safe. Have a way of getting warnings. Know what to do, where to go, and we'll be just fine. So have a great evening. All right, we're having to jump back on the air. We have a new tornado warning, and this will be for portions of Bertie, Chowan, and Perkins counties in North Carolina. This is a storm that is capable of producing a tornado. This is heading towards the town of Edenton. So right off the fly, if you're in Edenton, be sheltered now. But this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is a tornado warning for portions of Bertie, Chowan, and Perkins counties until 11:15. This is for a storm that is moving towards Edenton. So if you're in Edenton, be in a safe place. We're also advising no traveling on Highway 17 between the western county line and basically anywhere in this county, if that makes things simpler. But again, this is a tornado warning, and now it looks like they have taken Bertie County out, but they're keeping Perkins and Chowan counties in because the storm has basically moved into Chowan County. So no traveling on Highway 17 anywhere in Chowan County, if that makes things simple enough. And again, if you're in Edenton, we don't want you to be in a car or in a mobile home, but we want you in a site-built structure, small room, hall, closet, bathroom, lowest floor, near the center, and away from windows. And if you can, put on a helmet. The other thing we want you to do is help us out. If you know anybody in Edenton or points eastward, give them a call, send them a text, and let them know that this is something that they need to be taking to the utmost seriousness. We've had a lot happen today with tornado-warned storms, wind damage, large hail, stuff like that. And that might happen again. Here's the rotation. You can see it's moving towards Edenton. This is from the perspective of the Wakefield radar. That's the radar that gives us the closest look into this. So right now it is bearing down on the town of Edenton. So Edenton, your time is basically up to get in a safe place. So again, this is a tornado warning for portions of Chowan and Perkins County. Again, this storm has moved out of Bertie County and has moved into Chowan and Perkins County in North Carolina. So again, Edenton is in the polygon, and you know, if you're in the polygon, you respect the polygon and be in a safe place. This is moving due east. Let's look at the correlation coefficient product, and as you can see, we're not seeing anything right now that would indicate that there is some debris being lofted. But we will watch that very fervently for any sign of debris being lofted. But here's the rotation. And I will say this is heading towards a more densely populated part of the world. So if there's anything that's going on. We'll know about it very, very soon. So again, if you're in Edenton, be sheltered until the storm passes. We have other warnings that are in North Carolina. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Currituck County. This one is in effect until 11:15. This is for a storm that is pretty much moving right over the town of Currituck right now. Knox Island, Poplar Branch, and Grandy is in this as well. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Washington, Pitt, Hyde, Martin, and Beaufort counties. This is basically from Grimes, Linden, Washington, and Belhaven points north. Pantego is in this. Pantego, Pinetown, Pike Road, Mackay, Roper, Plymouth, Cresswell, places like that. I think it's moved on by Williamston and Bear Grass, so I think you're good. But again, Plymouth, Roper, Mackay's, Pike Road, Pantego, Belhaven, Pinetown, Washington, Grimesland. You just want to be in a good, safe place with that severe thunderstorm warning. We also, sorry about that, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Wilson, Johnston, and Wayne counties. This is for a severe storm that is basically in the process of moving out of Johnston County into Wayne County and possibly skirting the southern part of Wilson County. This is basically from Barton College all the way down to Brogden, and including places like Micro, Pine Level, Princeton, Rosewood, Goldsboro, Adamsville, Elroy, Walnut Creek, Seven Springs, Peaktown, Pikeville, Fremont, Kinley, Eureka, Stantonburg, Saratoga, Wilson, Black Creek, Lucama. And we also have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Cumberland County, including downtown Fayetteville. So, several warnings, including some very populated parts of the world. We also have a flash flood warning for parts of central North Carolina because of training showers and training storms. We also have a couple of special marine warnings at our coastline for parts of the sounds and the rivers and the immediate Atlantic Ocean. But the reason why we're here, we have this tornado warning for parts of Chowan and a tiny, tiny little sliver of Perkins County. All right? And again, in terms of Perkins County, this is all south of Hertford. Hertford is not in this tornado warning. A lot of these legacy systems sound county-wide, wire to wire, but we don't issue warnings based on counties. We haven't done so in almost 19 years. We use geometric shapes called polygons to identify the areas in the immediate line of fire. So, again, Edenton and points eastward, you want to be in a good, safe place. Let's look at the rotation real quick. And there it is, right on top of downtown Edenton in the process of crossing Highway 17. Then ultimately, this will cross State Highway 37 as well as State Highway 32. So, needless to say, we don't want anybody in a car driving. If you happen to be driving down these roads, we want you to stop at the nearest gas station or place that's open 24/7 like a pharmacy and just wait this thing out until this storm passes. Of course, we're phasing into the nighttime part of this, which means that it's going to be tough to see evidence of tornadoes if you're actually out here, if you're actually out there storm spotting this time of night. It's just very, very difficult. But the rotation is in the process of moving over Edenton right now. And you can see it's moving into less densely populated parts of the world here. So we'll have to, so we're going to have a hard time getting reports, especially with it being this late at night. But again, this is moving out of the town of Edenton, and it's moving basically through Highway 17 and Highway 17 business. And ultimately, this is going to move towards State Highway 37. So we'll see what the National Weather Service will do for this once it moves forward. Now, we do have special marine warnings. Wow, the rotation on that one. Jeez. We do have a special marine warning for parts of the Albemarle Sound, the Alligator River, the Croton and Roanoke Sounds, and the immediate Atlantic Ocean, where Kill Devil Hills and Nag's Head is at. And yeah, that rotation looks very menacing. Very strong evidence of a waterspout there. But that's for these storms. Now, once this one through Edenton moves over water, another special marine warning would likely be needed for that. But yeah, that's a really good looking signature over the sound there. Wow. Definitely something of concern. And of course, nobody should be out on the boats or the kayaks or anything like that. But the reason why we're here, we have this tornado warning for a storm that is in the process of moving over Edenton and getting ready possibly to move out into the waters as a waterspout. Now, keep in mind the threat of severe weather is shifting slowly but surely from central into eastern North Carolina. We're kind of phasing into the nighttime part of this where we're going to be waking people up to get to their safe place. So, for a lot of people, this is really, really going to ruffle some feathers. People don't like being waken up at night, but it's just the right thing to do. Just get the kids up, get everybody up, and get them into safe places if you're in either this tornado warning, the severe thunderstorm warnings, or the special marine warnings. Of course, with the flash flood warning, it's mostly for people that are traveling. In a situation like that, the rule of thumb is to turn around and don't drown, stay away or be swept away. So that's mostly for, traveling advice so that people, and of course for people that live in low-lying areas to move to higher ground as well. So that's what that is all about. But you can see these severe thunderstorm warnings in place, and some of them have had a history of producing tree and power line damage, as well as some minor real estate damage throughout the course of the day. It's been a very long duration type event with this, so we're having to stay very, very vigilant, and we're having to watch all these storms with an eagle eye today. As we've had a lot going on. We've had tornado warnings in central and western North Carolina, and now it looks like everything is shifting on eastward. All right, so let's get back to this warning, and you can see this storm is in the process of exiting Edenton. So let's look at the rotation again, and you can see the rotation is beginning to wane. So that's good news there. So we might not get a special marine warning for a waterspout because the rotation is not as organized as it was when it barreled through downtown Edenton. It's getting ready to exit the city and get ready to move into more sparsely populated parts of the world. So at some point, this is probably going to hug the Chowan-Perkins County line, and we'll see what the National Weather Service, look at that couplet that's over water. Wow. We'll see what the National Weather Service will do with this. It looks like at its trajectory, it's going to move over water And in theory, when that happens, it's going to become a water spout. But again, once it moves out of Edenton, it's going to move into more sparsely populated parts of the world. You can see in terms of Perkins County, Hertford and Windfall are not even close to this. This is all to the south of them. And it looks like at its trajectory, it's probably going to move over water. It's definitely going to be well to the south of Elizabeth City, well to the south of Camden. They're not even going to be close to this. So that's the case with this particular storm. Don't forget, we have a severe thunderstorm watch for portions of central and eastern North Carolina. It looks like some counties have been taken out of it. As for some of these storms that have moved through, the atmosphere has basically been worked over pretty good in parts of central North Carolina. So the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center are both fairly confident that for some of these counties, the danger is over. But of course, for parts of southern and eastern North Carolina, the danger is still very real. So remember to be very weather aware and have a way of getting warnings. And it looks like they've canceled the warning. Let me look. Yeah, they've canceled the warning. So the Weather Service has canceled the tornado warning for parts of Chowan and Perkins County. And clearly you can see why. The rotation is nowhere near where it was, and the warning's off the board. But don't forget, we have severe thunderstorm and special marine warnings throughout portions of central and eastern North Carolina. So the object of the game is to pay very close attention to those severe thunderstorm warnings, as we've had a history of damaging straight line winds that have knocked down trees and power lines, and the possibility of some large hail. We've had reports of all of that, so definitely take everything you see on the board very seriously. So I'm going to, actually, before I let you guys go, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Cumberland, Harnett, Sampson, and Wayne County. So let me walk you through that super duper quick, and I'm going to let you go. My voice is tired, so I don't necessarily feel like doing wall-to-wall coverage with severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm just going to kind of walk you through this one, and then I'm going to let you guys go. But here it is. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning. This will be for portions of Wayne, Sampson, Harnett, and Cumberland counties. Now, in terms of Harnett and Wayne counties, this does not include the big population centers. So this is all, you can see the big population centers not in this. This is all south of there. Places like Plainview, Newton Grove, and Mount Olive in terms of Harnett and Wayne counties. And in terms of Cumberland and Sampson counties, they're in the process of moving out of Fayetteville, but the big population center of Clinton is in this. In fact, it really includes a decent chunk of Cumberland and Sampson counties, basically from Godwin all the way down to the county line, all the way over to places like Clinton and Turkey. So basically towards the end of the county warning area for the National Weather Service in Raleigh. And of course, once that moves into Duplin County, the National Weather Service in Morehead City will have to make the decision for that county. So Morehead City will have to take note of this and see what they'll do with that one, and they'll see what they'll have to do with this one once it moves over into Greene and Lenoir counties in eastern North Carolina. But we have other severe thunderstorm warnings, so we're a long ways from done with this. So make sure you have a way of getting warnings, and of course in some cases you'll have to wake up. But if you have a way of getting warnings, just go on to bed. Get you some good rest. The weather radio, the WIA on your phone will wake you up. So you'll know what's going on. So I'm going to let you guys go. Let you get to the rest of your day. But again, if you want to go to bed, go to bed. Just have a way of getting warnings. Weather radio will wake you up. WIA will wake you up. So have a great evening. Sleep well and stay safe. All right, we're having to come right back on the air. We have a new tornado warning. This will be for parts of Beaufort and Hyde counties in North Carolina. So we have a new tornado warning that has just come through the wire for portions of Beaufort and Hyde counties. So as usual, we're going to do this thing where we're going to show you who's in and who's out. So here we go. Again, you can see Belhaven is in this. Pantego is in this. A decent chunk of Highway 264 is in this. This is in the process of crossing Highway 32. Then it will pretty much ride somewhat parallel to 264. And then this might come too close for comfort on Highway 45. So the big thing here is if you're in Pantego or Belhaven, you want to be in a safe place. That is a small room on the lowest floor, near the center, and away from windows. No cars and no mobile homes. We want everybody in a site-built structure wearing a helmet, bicycle helmet, batting helmet, motorcycle helmet. We also want you to wear hard-soled shoes and portable air horns in the event you need them later. The other big thing you can do is help us out. If you know anybody in Pantego or Belhaven or anywhere within this region, we want you to call them or text them and let them know that they need to be sheltered. You can always be a hero in a situation like this. Let's look at the velocity. And I tell you what, let's switch over to Morehead City. We can get a lower level slice like this when it comes to this. So again, we're watching the weather in parts of central and eastern North Carolina, where we are seeing multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in central and eastern North Carolina. So here we are. We're at Morehead City now. And let's look at the rotation right now. And there it is right there. It's not the classic look. I can roll it back for you. And about 2 scans ago, it looked really good. So, a warning was warranted then. But since the warning has been issued, the rotation has broadened out. Now, we've seen these rotations tighten back up in western North Carolina especially. So there's always the possibility that this will tighten back up. So what the National Weather Service likes to do, they like to watch for several volume scans to make sure this storm doesn't get its act back together, and they'll make the decision accordingly. But in the meantime, Pantego, Belhaven needs to be sheltered. Again, nobody should be traveling on Highway 264. Anywhere in Beaufort County or Hyde County, if that makes things easier for everybody. But again, the news is better in the sense that the rotation has broadened a bit since the warning has been issued. We'll take a peek at the correlation coefficient. This helps us to see any possibility of debris being lofted, and so far we are not seeing it. But the echotops look pretty impressive, upwards of about 55,000 feet. And then we got the vertically integrated liquid where we're seeing values of over 30 kilograms per square meter. So it looks like the big player in town will be the damaging straight line winds and the possibility of an isolated tornado. So let's look at the big view. And it looks like we've got, in general, some updated and new severe thunderstorm warnings. So let's kind of take them northeast to southwest, okay? So this is the severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Currituck County. You can see it's moved on by Currituck. It's pretty much at the immediate coastal areas. And it's getting ready to cross over out of the coastal areas into the waters. And there's a special marine warning for that, for the possibility of strong gusty winds and the potential for a brief spin-up waterspout. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for some neighborhoods in the immediate coastline for parts of Currituck County until 11:45. I guess you can call this somewhat of a short-fused warning. This is for this part of the storm that is moving onshore, but eventually it's going to move back over water. And we'll see how the storm behaves as it moves out to the coastline. There is a special marine warning for this, for the possibility of waterspouts and gusty winds. We have this broad severe thunderstorm warning basically throughout the northernmost parts of the jurisdiction, all the way down to Pamlico Beach and Swan Quarter and Englehaven. Basically parts of Washington, Hyde, Dare, Beaufort, and Tyrell counties in North Carolina. So we're watching this broad zone for the possibility of gusty winds. And we'll watch these as they move off the coast. There are already special marine warnings for that, but we expect more special marine warnings for this area as it approaches the Hatteras area and other parts of the Crystal Coast. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Wilson, Johnston, and Wayne counties, flash flood warning for parts of the Raleigh Metro all the way to Elm City, and severe thunderstorm warnings for storms that are moving out of Cumberland County into Sampson County. And we'll see if the National Weather Service in Morehead City will post a severe thunderstorm warning for Duplin County. All right? But the reason why we're here on the air on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch is for this tornado warning for portions of Beaufort and Hyde counties. But we will bounce back and forth between the warnings from time to time, as the severe thunderstorm warnings have been proven to be such a very big deal. We've had multiple reports of trees and power lines down, even some reports of some minor property damage, and we've had some flooding instances as well, and we've also had some large hail instances as well. We've also had some tornadoes and funnel clouds today, so it's been a very busy day today. This has been one of those situations where we have had summer-like thermodynamics and spring-like dynamics. Not very common for July. We usually only get tornadoes from tropical systems, but this has been proven itself to be an exception to the rule. But nevertheless, let's see where the rotation is at right now. And if there is any, it is very broad, and it's moving towards probably splitting the difference between Pantego and Belhaven. So we'll be watching this very carefully as it approaches the towns. And again, the National Weather Service is doing it right. You don't want to cancel a warning and then reissue one 10 minutes later. That doesn't make any sense. You leave the warning up, you watch for numerous volume scans, and then you make the decision whether to leave the warning or not. But it's going to move somewhat parallel to Highway 264. There's the latest scan. You can see it passing maybe just a mile south of downtown Pantego and maybe barreling down towards downtown Belhaven. So if you're in Pantego or Belhaven, the clock is ticking. You just need to be in a safe place right now. Just something you don't need to wait on. And of course, the rotation is not very tight. This is not a classic tornado signature, but again, we're going to watch this as it cruises through downtown Belhaven. And I think what the National Weather Service is probably going to do is they're probably going to see if anybody from those cities report anything. And if nobody reports anything, they're probably just gonna pull the warning. But anyway, there's your rotation. And let's look at the correlation coefficient. And right now we're just not seeing anything of any consequence, and that's a good thing. But again, the warning is still up, and as long as the warning is still up, we want everybody to be in a good, safe place. There's the update to the warning. They've kind of shrunk the polygon. Usually they do that when it is confident that it will miss certain parts of the polygon. But again, Pantego, it's right on top of the town of Pantego, and it's getting ready to move over to the town of Belhaven. And again, this is going to run somewhat parallel to Highway 264, and we'll see how it behaves as it crosses over into Hyde County. Again, there is a special marine warning for the nearby waters for the possibility of a water spout. So we'll see if we get any water spout sounding water spout videos or photos or reports with time. All right, Currituck County, the northern part of Currituck County has been taken out of the severe thunderstorm warning. It's moved over water, and we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for the immediate coastline of Dare County. This is for groups of storms that have moved out of water into the immediate beaches. And you can see it includes the shores, it includes Kitty Hawk, Kill Devil Hills, Nag's Head. So basically the very popular beaches. So if you know anybody that is, going on vacation at the beach right now, you may want to let them know that they are under a severe thunderstorm warning. And look at the rotation just off the coastline. We're going to have to watch that just in case a warning is necessary. There's the rotation right there. There's not a tornado warning for this yet, but if that rotation persists, we might see one be issued. This has actually been more highly sheared than the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service offices have anticipated. Usually the atmosphere isn't that highly sheared this time of year except with tropical systems, so this has been most definitely an anomaly. So let's go back to the tornado warning, and here you go. What you see is what you get. Pantego, Belhaven, and points to the east needs to be sheltered. Again, if you know somebody that's in Pantego or Belhaven, get in touch with them and call them and let them know they need to be sheltered. Again, you can see the rotation is very broad at the moment, but it can always tighten right back up, and it's getting ready to move over a waterway. So once it moves over that body of water, it will become a water spout. And there's already a special marine warning for that in the event that this can produce a water spout. So basically nobody should be on the waters. Just wait for this thing to pass, and then you can just go about your business once everything passes or weakens, whichever comes first. We really, quite frankly, want you to shelter for the severe thunderstorm warning, and you can see it pretty much from Pamlico Beach all the way up to Columbia and East Lake, places like that, Creswell. These storms have really, really packed a punch today. And because these storms have been packing a punch, we really just want you to take severe thunderstorm warnings to the utmost seriousness. So even if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning polygon, you just want to be sheltered. These storms have had a history of knocking down trees and power lines, so you want to take that thing to the utmost seriousness. So this is the segment they're warning for, and it's moving closer and closer to the water, so we might see a special marine warning engulf more of the sounds and the river mouths with time as these storms approach the bodies of water. So let's get back to this tornado warning, and let's look at the latest scans, and you can see it's still very broad. We're not seeing a tight couplet as it's moving over Belhaven right now. So we'll see how it behaves, and we'll see if we get anything out of it. And if we don't get anything out of it soon, they're probably going to let this thing go. The warning is in effect until 11:30, so another 13 minutes. And right now it is sitting pretty much on top of Belhaven. Ultimately, it's going to move over the water and, in theory, become a waterspout. And we'll see if a warning will need to be extended downstream from there. So, if you're in Fairfield or Swan Quarter, you should already be sheltered for the severe thunderstorm warning. But eventually, there might be something more concerning heading your way. Looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take a look at this. Okay, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Bladen County. So we've got something developing down here. This will be all north of Elizabethtown. You may have a White Lake mailing address and you're in this, or a Tar Heel mailing address and you're in this. Okay, the town of Jerome is in this. The town of White Oak is in this. It's in the process of crossing Highway 87, ultimately Highway 53, ultimately Highway 242, and then ultimately Highway 701. And again, we've been asking you to treat these severe thunderstorm warnings as if there are tornado warnings and be in a safe place. I mean, it's not something you want to do at 11:18 at night, but unfortunately, it's been the case where these severe thunderstorm warnings have been verifying like crazy. So, definitely take these severe thunderstorm warnings to the utmost seriousness, and we'll see if, knock on wood, the National Weather Service in Morehead City will make a decision about these, about Greene, Lenoir, and Duplin counties. So let's go back to this warning here that includes parts of Beaufort and Hyde counties in North Carolina. This is entirely an East North Carolina thing for the most part, or it's becoming more of an East North Carolina kind of thing. But slowly but surely, we might be able very soon to clear some areas from the severe weather threat. We've already pretty much cleared western North Carolina, but now it looks like we can clear parts of central North Carolina from the threat very soon. But again, the rotation is in the process of moving through Belhaven, and we're seeing it move pretty much over the water at this point, and we'll see how it behaves when it moves over dry land. Right now, there's not really a tight rotation. I can't really show you anything resembling a tornado on the ground. The correlation coefficient is kind of messy at this point. So really nothing of any consequence besides probably some very strong gusty winds. But the National Weather Service is going to hold on to this just in case this thing tries to spin back up. And some of them have done that today. Some of these storms have become very cyclic, and the atmosphere just has been more highly sheared than we anticipated today as a consequence. So Basically, the danger is now Belhaven and points east now, in terms of who needs to be sheltered. I think we can give Pantego an all clear from this, in terms of the rotation, but it looks like the threat is shifting to Belhaven and points east. Now, again, we want people to be sheltered from the severe thunderstorm warning. Pike Road, we're going to give you an all clear. Cresswell, though, you still need to be sheltered all the way over to East Lake and Swan Quarter and Englehart. You want to be in a safe place as well. And we'll see if there will be a special marine warning for the nearby bodies of water. Haven't seen one yet, with the exception of north and east of there. But we probably will get one. All right, let's look at this severe thunderstorm warning real quick. And this is for a storm that is moving over some of the popular beaches. And again, we're looking at this rotation right here. Not as tight as I've seen it. And it looks like it's moving very slowly too. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye on that as it progresses its way onshore. Again, basically from the shores all the way down to Manteo, you need to be in a good, safe place as long as this severe thunderstorm warning is up. There's your reflectivity, and you can see even a little bit of a little pendant there. So we'll see how this storm will behave as it makes its transition onward and upward to the coast. So those are a couple of the severe thunderstorm warnings. And of course, don't forget, in parts of central North Carolina, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings as they cross the Highway 117 corridor and move on further eastward. So pretty soon we're going to clear places west of the 117 corridor from the severe weather threat. And eventually everything is going to shift entirely onto eastern and southeastern North Carolina. We'll see how they behave moving forward. So if you're just joining us, we're basically counting down the minutes that are left in this tornado warning. Pretty much the danger is Belhaven and points east. The warning is in effect until 11:30. It is coming up on 11:23. So let's look at the rotation right now. And the rotation is basically over the water now. So Belhaven, I think we can give you an all clear from this. And if it's down, it's a water spout because it's over the water. And we'll see how it behaves as it crosses over the easternmost part of the polygon. Gut feeling is it probably will just go on as a severe thunderstorm warning. That's a very real possibility. And of course, the warning is basically extended all the way to the shore. So they probably will just let this one go and just continue the severe thunderstorm warning as it continues on eastward. Now, I mean, the way it's behaving right now, I'll shoot straight with you. It looks like a meso low is trying to form here, and it's kind of causing the MCC to kind of bulge out a little bit. For those of you that don't know, that's an acronym for a mesoscale convective complex, and that's what it's looking to be right now. And the storm, as a result, is kind of becoming a little bit more outflow dominant, which means we'll still get damaging outflow winds that will pose a problem, and we'll still knock down trees and power lines. But normally, to get a tornado, a storm has to have inflow dominance. But with outflow dominance, you can still get damaging winds. So you still need to take the situation very seriously. Again, the best thing for you to do is just treat this like a tornado warning and be sheltered. So Creswell, Columbia, all the way down to Kilkenny, Fairfield, and Englehart, just be in a safe place. Swan Quarter needs to be in a safe place, as well as Pamlico Beach, until this whole thing is on Bayou. Now let's see who we need to, and let's see real quickly who is still under the severe thunderstorm watch, because we still have areas that are under the severe thunderstorm watch for parts of central and eastern North Carolina. So let's go to Google Earth real quick. And here we go. So here are the counties under a severe thunderstorm watch. We're looking at the northeasternmost counties like Perkins, Pasquotank, Camden, Currituck, Hyde, Dare, Pitt, Bertie, not Bertie, Martin, Washington, Tyrell, again, Hyde and Dare, Beaufort, Pitt, Greene, Lenoir, Duplin, Wayne, Johnston, Harnett, Lee, Cumberland, Sampson, Bladen, Robinson counties in North Carolina. Y'all are still under the severe thunderstorm watch, which is up for another hour and a half, and I don't think there'll be another one. At this point in the game, the sun is long set. The main dynamics are pulling away, and the thermodynamics are weakening now that the sun is setting. So the chance of severe weather moving forward will probably be more isolated in nature. Not zero, but probably an isolated pocket here and there. So back to the warning at hand, and we're basically counting down the minutes until this warning expires. I think what the National Weather Service is going to do, they're probably just going to let this thing expire and basically let this thing go on as a severe thunderstorm warning. And it looks like they're going to do that. Okay. Yes. They're going to let this thing expire at 11:30, and I think that's the right decision. And you can see that MCS or MCC kind of working that way through. They've taken Cresswell out of the severe thunderstorm warning too, so Cresswell, you can come out of your safe place. And very soon, we'll be clearing more places from the severe thunderstorm warning. In fact, we can clear Pike Road, and we can definitely clear Pantago. So right now we're looking at Columbia, Kilkenny, Fairfield, Swan Quarter, Pamlico Beach, all the way to the coastline that needs to be sheltered from the severe thunderstorm warning. Don't forget, we have other severe thunderstorm warnings on the table. And it looks like that one, the one in Wayne County, will be extended as a special weather statement, and I think that's the right call. I have not seen any trees down with that one in a while, so I think that's the right decision. So for Jones, Greene, Lenoir, and Pitt counties, you're now under a special weather statement, not a severe thunderstorm warning. And again, I think that's the right decision. So if you are in portions of Jones, Greene, Lenoir, and Pitt counties, you're not under a severe thunderstorm warning, you're under a special weather statement. And I think that's the right decision. All right. I still haven't seen a decision concerning Duplin County. And they just let the warning go for Johnston and Wayne. So good news there. We're seeing less on the table than before. So I'm going to let you guys go, let you get to the rest of your day. Remember to have a way of getting warnings and know what to do and where to go. And I will talk to you guys later. Take care.